Well, let's see how long I have the energy for doing this for. I've slept like 2.5 hours last night. I downed a medium latte after my my lab class at like noon. Um, and we'll see how much energy I have for today. Um, yeah, so the past day, I've just been messing around with a lot of the secret seeds, doing a bunch of stuff in Skyblock, testing stuff, seeing different interactions, but I haven't actually played the game very much. So I want to just do like a regular world. Now, 1.4.1 hotfix came out. I wanted to look at the changelog for that real quick to see if anything important was here. Um, Reverted a change that stopped sloped platform hook smoke. Okay. Okay, I think in base 1.4, they removed invalid platform hooks, but I think they undid that here. So I think invalid platform hooks are back. Don't care. Didn't even know it did that. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Fix Shimmer Island in Skyblock and don't dig up spawning partially out of bounds. Okay. Localization issues. Villagers. Okay. Okay. They fixed this, thankfully. This was very annoying. I remember that happening yesterday. Acorn Slingshot. Probably an early game range weapon or something. Some instruments not in the correct range. Don't care. Don't care. Rainbow Face Saber. Interesting. Don't care. Kite AFK counter. Duplicating. They couldn't get prefixes. Yeah, I think it's mostly the platform hooks, I think. Don't care. Well, I'm looking at things that I actually like know about and recognize. There were two things there that I saw that I'm very glad they fixed. Invalid platform hooks. I'm glad are back to being normal. And yeah, fuck it. Let's play medium core. Why not? Actually, no. I kind of want to. I kind of want to do this quickly, so maybe not. Skyblock question: is there any block alternatives used in extracting since silt slush fossil aren't available in Skyblock? Somebody told me that you could get ice slimes with slush in them if you had snow blocks, Nathaniel. I think you might be able to get slush from ice slimes. Also, you should be able to get gemstones from shimmering gem critters if you have NPCs in the cavern layer underground. The celebration seed, I kind of want to just a regular seed. There's a lot of cool extra seeds, but I kind of want to see just what the regular game is like because I don't want it to be confused by all the extra seeds. Slush slimes, yeah. Okay, character name, let's see. We've already been a Bog Blaster. Bog Blaster's a pretty good name, though. What if we just, call ourselves Bog Blaster 2? That's a pretty good name. Let's just randomize. Where's the randomize button? There it is. Yeah, sure. This guy looks like a Bog Blaster. Yeah, let's make a medium world. I don't think I'm gonna do any secret seeds. We did identify a couple new secret seeds. If you missed it, the invisible secret seed is Invisible Plains. The Care Bears movie adds extra floating islands, and what was the last one? Hold on, I can just look at it real quick. Fish mocks, right? Fish mocks makes it so that your evil biome is purged to begin with. But we're gonna do no seed. We'll do master world, why not? And we'll just have random world evil. Casual, I am casual, I suck. No infections, fish mocks, yeah. And that makes it so that your world generates with the corruption in Crimson, so you'll have either Crimson Hearts or Shadow Orbs and Demon Altars, and the biome will be there, but it will be purified, it'll be made of regular stone. I am curious, if you spawn a Dryad and just talk to the Dryad, do you get the Purity achievement? Because if there's no corruption in your world, that should just be an easy way to get the Purify Your World achievement, right? Hell, couldn't you do that in Skyblock? Because Skyblock doesn't really have any corruption. I wonder if they added a fallback for that, or if... Actually, shit, we can just check that right now, couldn't we? Was it here? Wait, no, but we placed... I replaced evil blocks here. That's fine. Let's just destroy them. Let's see if this, just gets you the purity achievement. I think you need to pass some time for her to update. Let's just fast forward time a little bit. It's not. It's not 80% crimson. I promise. I promise it's not 80%. I don't know where you're pulling that number from, because it's not. It's not. In fact, I don't think there's any crimson in the world. Also, 80% of my blocks weren't crimson. How is she counting this? I have to rejoin the world? Okay. We're just checking if you can, Doesn't she include vines? Well, there aren't any vines. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's all it takes to get the achievement. You can just make a skyblock world and talk to the Dryad before you ever put down any crimson. Okay. Piece of cake. Okay, I'm gonna check the guide to see new crafting recipes and stuff, and see what kind of stuff we're working with. So, let's see. Acorns. I don't see an acorn slingshot. Maybe craft it with wood. Feywood? You can craft feywood with mushrooms and wood. Huh. Kind of curious to see that. Wait. It's either like a furniture set, or it could have some special crafting recipes. I'd be curious to see. Coffin minecart. The cobweb. Just cobwebs and wood at a loom. That's the only new recipe I see here. Let's try to make some feywood. I'm kind of curious. Thoughts on the new crafting interface? Meh. I think it's going to take some getting used to. Where did I craft feywood? Was that at a particular... A living loom. I'd have to get a living loom. Yeah, I think it's going to take some getting used to. I think the crafting interface feels weird just because I'm not used to it, but I don't think it's bad. And bad reforge on a copper short sword. Okay. Let's go find a cave. Somebody getting somebody from Mage Stealer's Gem Staff. Yeah, I think they buffed the space gun from what I heard. Thoughts on the new true best weapon? Are you talking about the copper short sword? It's just a Zenith reskin. I don't care. There's a new overpowered mount. Chill it. I'll see if we find him. Relogic has a habit of adding overpowered mounts and then nerfing them. You guys remember the black spot? And I mean, the gelatinous pillion got nerfed too at some point, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a nerf at some point. That's not real. I think Relogic consistently either undervalues or doesn't care about mounts when they make them, because usually the mounts they add are pretty damn strong. Lilith's necklace is also like a really strong mount, and that one never even got nerfed. They have a habit of just adding really good mounts. Any of the animal transformation things? I don't know much about the content outside of the secret seeds, because I just haven't interacted with it. That's what I'm doing now. Okay, spear. I see that we've still got negative reforges in all their glory. An aglet. Not bad. No recall potions in either chest. That's odd. Only get a Couple. No recall. This is either phenomenally bad luck, or they changed the rates of recall potions from chests. Was that a chest up there? I can't tell which, but, 3 chests, no recall potions is really unlikely. Yeah, I saw that, Miss de Belfort, and I'm happy about it, because I really like platform hooks. Oh yeah, Golf Coat, also busted. So yeah, I'm not surprised they added a new busted mount. Summoner Reforged follow my idea. Yeah, we'll see them. We can definitely do some summoner stuff. This isn't the underground desert, is it? Cave goes this way, I think. Mounts will be intentionally... Oh, yeah. I already got that message. Found this weird clover that can't be placed, equipped, or put as a material. I think, honestly, the change that made me, I wouldn't even say the happiest, just, like, the one that got me the most hyped. I still want to not get spoiled. I mean, the reason I didn't want to get spoiled is because if I was spoiled about the update, I would not have been particularly excited to jump into the update and figure things out, right? It's not like, oh man, if anyone tells me anything about the update, it's going to be miserable. It's that going into the update, I wanted to have the framework of, I don't know anything about it, I'm really excited to hop into it and figure things out, right? And that's what we've been doing. And like, right now, it's not that big of a deal. We're hopping into things and exploring things. But like, before that, I just wanted to have the, I wanted to be excited for it, right? Can't hoik into the jungle template? I don't know, we could test it. I'm not aware of that being removed, but I don't know. Hey, welcome, Super Mario. Blade Staff's not going to be good anymore? Yes, I saw that they nerfed whip stacking. I was thinking about making another quick video just talking about whip stacking. Yeah. Whip stacking being removed is not something I was expecting. How much said the basic go through one wall's hoik is a feature? I think hoiks are just cool in general, and I think invalid platform hoiks, I'm glad they re-added them, because invalid hoiks were just very, very fun. They let you do a lot of stuff that you just couldn't really do otherwise. And they enabled a lot of mechanisms. I want to trigger this boulder. Somebody told me that boulder traps, inactive stone blocks are dead. They are no more. They now have been fully swapped over to actuators. Yeah, the Summoner Reforges are... I've heard they're pretty interesting. I'm excited to see what they are. We've got a little bit of ways. We need to get to 200 HP to a Goblin Invasion and get a summoning weapon first, but... You gonna be like this, slime? Yeah, okay. Well, we have enough tokens. That's okay. That's a dart trap. That's a... Huh? That's an explosive trap. That's a deep explosive. Okay. Oh, so they took the celebration wizard hat? How long do you think before someone beats all the seeds combined and hardcore? The problem is, all the seeds combined includes the seed that echo coats the entire world. And like, I feel like there are 1 or 2 seeds that just would make the experience completely miserable and like borderline unplayable. To the point that no reasonable person would ever want to do it. Now, I guess if you're in Skyblock, the whole world being echo-coded doesn't really matter that much because, you know, it's not many blocks. But, my god, that's just, like... If it's not Skyblock, who the hell is gonna want to engage with that? You know, people play hardcore and like to at least have some semblance of fun, I feel like. How do planetoids and Skyblocks mesh? They don't. They don't. Planetoids doesn't interact with Skyblock. Skyblock overrides a lot of seeds. Another one that was very sad that I tested earlier, Skyblock does not seem to have any compatibility with the extra floating island seed. It just doesn't do anything. It's very, very sad. Never a single guy to play Skyblock from any game. Honestly, I think the Terraria Skyblock's not that bad. It's grindy, but it's not obtuse. I do think Relogic put in a lot of solutions for getting items that are very straightforward. How do you get glass bottle in Skyblock? You have two options. The first one is to go to the Shimmer and Shimmer potions. Potions return, they have a 2 in 3 chance, 67% to return the potion ingredients used. So you have a 67% of getting glass bottle. And then 2 bottles shimmers into glass block, which shimmers into 2 sand. You could also get obsidian by combining lava and water and extractinate that at an extractinator. You can get an extractinator from mimics in the cavern layer. And you can get lava from lava slimes in the underworld, and you can get water by shimmering a lava bucket or by dropping an empty bucket in the rain. Why do they return all the ingredients? Because alchemy tables allow you to reduce how many potion ingredients you consume. So if you could shimmer and get back 100% of the ingredients, then you could get infinite potions with an alchemy table. We can drink a Spelunker now. There's a chest. This is why you should always drink potions when you're mining. In the early game, by the way. There were so many chests and life crystals that you would miss. Did I see the wild LMAO update rant video comments? No. No. The past day, basically all I've done is play 1.4.5, make videos on 1.5, 4.5, I made like 2. And I spent probably like 15 hours throughout the past 24 hours just either playing or video editing. And then the rest of the days I've just been like in class. And I just got home. Oh, we're not mining the gold? Is there a second house up there? Or is that just a very big house? I don't need it. They made fun of him for it not feeling like Terraria. That's a different house. I mean, there are valid criticisms of the update. I'm not gonna... I haven't even seen what he's talking about. I'm not gonna make fun of him for it. I think there are definitely things about the update that people can justifiably, you know, have complaints about or just say that they don't vibe with or like. But personally, I really like the update. I think it's fantastic. I've been having a great time with it. Granted, I haven't really played the update. I've just been messing around with the secret seeds. The secret seeds are a blast. That's what we're gonna figure out today is how the rest of the game plays. Another Hermes boots. We've been getting really good potion drops. Let's see. I can make a gold pickaxe here. I'm gonna do that. Thank you, reforges. Wow! Yay! 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 Thank you, Relogic. Wow! Bad reforges. Yay! The pumpkin pie nerf. Yeah, the pumpkin pie nerf. I understand it. Right? It seems like Relogic in this update wanted to nerf several items or strategies that were kind of ubiquitous. Stuff that were very, very popular in the community that people just always used. You always use pumpkin pies. They were just, you know, the best option. You always, the hell did I just do? Yo, 2 life crystals. Again, Spelunker potions. Super, super good. Drink them. You know, you always got a Staff of Regrowth, and a Staff of Regrowth was super good. They nerfed the Staff of Regrowth very heavily. Bacon. Yeah, bacon. Which, you know, I'm fine with. A bit of a meta shit mix-up is fine. I don't think it's a terrible thing. Let me drink a Hunter Potion just so we don't die. Is pumpkin only minor now? Yeah, yeah. This is so painful, dude. My gold pickaxe is, like, barely even faster, if it's even faster than my copper pickaxe. This sucks. Like, dude, I spent my resources. Why do I spend my resources and then get something that's, like, not even an improvement? Sapphire Growth was buffed? They made it so it auto-replanted herbs, but they also made it so you can't harvest out of bloom, right? Not being able to harvest out of bloom is a pretty significant nerf. You guys think we get another slowed one? Let's get a hook just for good measure. Yo, this one has a speed buff. It only cost me twice as much gold as it should have. Do I have bombs? I've got 6 bombs. That's not many. It could harvest out of bloom. Yeah, that was the Staff of Regrowth's whole thing. It harvested out of bloom and got herbs. That's like why you use the Staff of Regrowth. Yeah, there are definitely... I mean, Relogic has definitely in the past couple updates, this one, 1.4.4, I think they've been changing what the game feels like a lot, which I could definitely see. Some people, especially if you're nostalgic for the way old Terraria feels, could feel weird, but, you know, I would try to approach stuff like that with just a positive mindset, you know? Old Terraria was cool, but that also doesn't mean that what the developers have added now isn't cool. Right, you can... Both things can be true. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad. Class am I going with? We're probably going to do a lot of Summoner stuff, because Summoner got into a lot of new content. I feel like there's a fine line between too much quality of life. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. They nerfed bacon? Yeah, it doesn't drop from pig Vanyadas. They didn't nerf bacon, they just made it so pig... They nerfed pig Vanyadas, really. Burgers will be a new meta. I think they allowed golden carp to be crafted into a golden delight now, which golden carps are actually fairly consistent to catch if you have a good fishing setup. It's feasible that fishing for golden carp could be a pretty reasonable way to get a tier 3 food buff. When did it give seeds out of bloom? 2020. 6 years ago. For old terrain 1.1, you had to jump off 1 block steps? Yeah. And I think the whip stacking thing, I mean, I'm going to play a lot of Summoner stuff. I'm going to see how I feel about it. I don't hate that whip stacking went away. Like, I liked whip stacking. I thought it was fun. I liked the dynamic that it added. But, you know, I don't think it's the end of the world that it's gone. I think, especially if the new reforges are cool, you know, things are different. Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. You lose some things, gain some things. And it's possible that Relogic, if there's a lot of community outrage, which it seems like quite a few people were upset by it, they might have some, you know, walk it back a little bit, or... But I consider doing hardcore 1.1. Didn't I already do that? Pretty sure I did, like, an old Terraria playthrough where I wasn't allowed to swear and was playing hardcore. You should add an accessory that lets you stack 2 whips. I mean, it's not the worst idea, honestly. I mean, you have to give up an accessory slot for it. But I think that would kind of just be an auto-equip accessory. You'd never take that off as a summoner. Right? I played the vampire seed? Yeah, well, I haven't played it. I've made the seed, and I've seen what it is, but I haven't gotten to actually play it. All they do is remove summon tag damage additives. They should have left the other buffs. Yeah, maybe they'll walk back something like that. Because a lot of the cool synergy you could do with whip stacking weren't just, you know, stacking damage. You could do stuff like, you know, using the Dark Harvest to improve the attack speed of the Firecracker, so you could apply the Firecracker buff more often. You could get the projectile from the Cool Whip, or add together like the crit bonuses from the different whips. Like there's a lot of stuff you could do with it. Someone who equips melee gloves currently? I think the whip stacking change might change that. I mean, right? If you're not whip stacking, how much do you really need melee speed for most of the whips? I want to trash liquid seeds. What am I doing? Like, sure, it increases your DPS, but if it's not helping you cycle between whips, I don't know if they're that important. They don't even give an actual damage buff. I'm glad I drank that Danger Sense potion, because there's a good chance I would have just used that. It's a medium world master mode, Lavender. Characters on Classic. Good for firecracker setups? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You know, with all this loot, we've got Danger Sense, we've got Hunter, we've got 2 Spelunkers. We could go to the Underground Desert. That should skyrocket our progression pretty well. Berserker's Glove is the one summoners use, generally because the other gloves don't really apply any bonus to summoning weapons, but the Berserker's Glove does. But, I mean, it's just defense that it gets, so it's not really that big of a deal. Yo, teleportation potion, that's actually pretty cool. You guys think it's, nighttime? I think it should be roughly daytime. This is the day song. Yeah, it's daytime. Early morning. Moving whip stacking just makes summoner less fun, unique. Yeah, I get that. I do. Here, let's pour one out for summoner. All right, everyone, rub one out for pour one out for summoner. We're gonna make a whip. Are the gel spear and whip any good? The gel spear is quite good in Skyblock. I think outside of Skyblock, neither one is particularly good. Alright, everybody, whip it out for summoner. Rest in peace, buddy. Someone mod whip stacking back in. I mean, I did hear one group of people that's very happy that whip stacking is gone is people who mod Terraria, because whip stacking was very difficult to balance in mods, especially mods that existed before 1.4, before whip stacking was added. They had a really difficult time doing that. Like, I think Calamity just removed whip stacking themselves, right? So having it just be gone makes it a lot easier for those people to balance their content with vanilla content. And by it, I mean my snap thorn. I mean my slime. What the fuck? $300? What? What? Thank you. Nice content, yo. I be watching your Terraria content at night to sleep. Hope I'm having a skibbity day. Yeah, dude, my day has been so skibbity. Sigma, Rizzler, 6767. What the fuck do the kids say? It's like 80 monsters. Dude, do you have any idea how many times I could reforge my copper short sword with that? Like 6? That's like 6 reforges. What? What the fuck? Thanks? Man, the last time someone gave me this much money, I made... You need to, like... I need to, like, cut you off, dude. The last time that somebody gave me this much money, I fucking made Here Is a Strange Energy. I bought a suit and, like, a green screen. And, like, fucking did this. But I don't have any plans for that, man. I don't know what to do with that. I need to, like, cut you off, dude. What the fuck? You're using your mom's credit card? Is that... That's $5 a sub. That's $250. That's like $1,000. What the fuck? You like, are you I'm like concerned for you, dude. Like, I feel like there's a point, like I'm the bartender telling you, like, you've had enough drinks, man. You gotta cut it out. Like, give me your keys. You're not driving home. Give me your credit card. Well, don't give me your credit card, but you know what I mean, right? Well, thank you. That is fucking unbelievably generous. I don't even know how to respond to that. Okay, let's make potion ingredients. It's still going. The Mr. Beast in chat. I guess I make my whip. Do we keep going? How do it? The Miku stream was that good? No, the Miku stream was pretty good. Why is my house like that? It's a whip. It's a reference to Summoner in 1.4.5. It's tax filing season? I think it's normal for him to move. I don't think that this counts as a charitable donation for your taxes. Can I build a good house? That is a good house. No, whips are good. Whips are good. It's kind of like a reverse hook, like an ivy whip. Dude, what the hell was I doing? Oh, right, there's craft from nearby chests. His house beats Gregory. Blocks. Okay, dude, I was gonna, like, scream if that was... I saw 5, and I was very, very worried that there was another, like, 50 gifted subs or, like, 500... Okay, dude, You just keep doing my thing, not crashing out. Yes, you can afford it. Just shout out to me. Would donate more, but YouTube caps at 500 per day. Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, YouTube, for capping at $500 a day, because I think it's just, like, financially irresponsible, man. I appreciate the money, I really do, but please don't donate unless you can comfortably afford it. Someone's main issue is basically everything is from crossover content. Also, that's a very short whip. Chest sorting is no longer needed. That hurts. That hurts, man. Chest sorting is so nice. Let's see. Oh wait, I need to actually put furniture in these. What am I doing? What? I thought you said they cut you off. One more? No. No, dude, go like buy a plane ticket. Go like a vacation somewhere. Get like a new car or something, man. Please, like, use your money to treat yourself or something. I really appreciate the money. I'm worried that, because there are some people who will donate more than they can actually afford, which is, you know, concerning. I wouldn't want someone to do that. So I do really hope that you can actually afford stuff. There's still Patreon. Dude, my max Patreon tier is like $5. I have like a $2 Patreon tier and a $5 Patreon tier. I don't, you're like single-handedly gonna send me up a tax bracket next year. Let's get a bug net. Catching goldfish. Because pumpkin pies were nerfed, I think goldfish are a pretty good source of medium food buff that's pretty easy to get. Is the house supposed to be? It's a whip. It's a whip. Most consistent way to get a tier 3 food buff? Either burgers or golden delight, I imagine. I'm looking to the side and I'm seeing the donations pop up, and like it's genuinely concerning me because I'm afraid that people are gonna be being financially irresponsible for themselves. Dude, I spent like $30 a week on groceries, man. I don't know what the fuck to do with all this money. Pizza's kind of consistent too. I can see that. Bog Blaster. Let's go to the underground desert, or we just drink teleportation potions? Let's go underground desert. Like the food buffs are in a really good spot right now. I mean, it depends what spot Relogic wants them to be in. I mean, medium food buffs aren't really any more difficult to get. They're just a little bit more... What is that? Fake horn? Summon Senax. Functional pet? What? She kind of sucks. She's not that great. She's not very good at cutting down that tree. Huh. Okay. I don't really know that that's super meaningful. It's interesting that they added a functional pet. I know I said I was gonna go underground desert, but there's a cave here, so can she mine ore? She's got an axe, probably not, right? Is she holding Lucy? That looks like Lucy. I'm curious if she can mine like cactus and stuff. Maybe it scales with axe power. Oh, maybe. We do have a pretty weak axe. There's a Splunker pet. I haven't seen it yet. Well, oh, actually, no. I know what you mean. The one from the traveling, or the skeleton merchant. Yeah, but that one's that's a light pet. And isn't Chester also? Chester is functional, but yeah, it's not entirely unprecedented, but it's just interesting to see. I don't know if I really like this pet that much. Let's see, did she cut down? I mean, I guess she hits trees for just like the random drops for free, but I guess it depends if she scales with axe power. If she scales with axe power, she can be pretty effective later. Don't diss my boy chat. I'm not a huge Chester fan. Chopping noises probably get old pretty quick. I imagine it's like Lucy. Although honestly, I just block Lucy out after a while. Probably a similar thing happens here. So how have you guys been feeling about the new secret seeds? Have there been any that you've like really enjoyed, or any combinations that you've really liked? I think she only makes stuff fall once, Moe. This looks like about all we're gonna get here. Doing Skyblock Expert. The Planetoid seed is cool. Yeah. The Planetoid seed was one of my favorites. You want to make a world with every seed? The problem is, I feel like a couple of the seeds are kind of not necessarily mutually exclusive, but one or two of them just like will ruin the experience from all the rest of it. Like, for instance, if you add Skyblock to a world, that invalidates probably half of the other secret seeds. And so I think if you're doing like adding every seed, if you're adding on Skyblock, that's really gonna sit. Did you do cactus? Oh, she doesn't do cactus. Okay. Somebody had said that you could use the housing thing to highlight caves, which is true. Yes, if you hit a cave with the housing tool, you can see an outline of what the cave looks like. Which can let you, I guess, just identify caves. Housing straight up X-ray vision, yeah. You want to do 100% journey mode playthrough and doing that on secret seeds may be unwise. I think it depends on the seeds. Like, some of the seeds are not that impactful. Some of them are cock and ball torture. Like, I feel like Relogic has been on a quest to make the most unplayable seed possible sometimes. And I think the echo coding seed may well be their magnum opus there. That just seems unplayable to me. Like, no traps is playable, it's just miserable, but like, generating in a regular world where everything is echo coded, like, I've made multiplayer worlds where we've done stuff like that. And I've restricted it to just one biome. Just nobody goes to those biomes. It's bad. What about I Am Arrow? I mean, I Am Arrow is playable. It's goofy, chaotic. It's not, Oh, I was not aware that you, wasn't familiar with your game. Okay. My bad. How did he even do that? He seemed to have just jumped through a 1-block gap. I thought they needed 2 blocks. Whatever. Some of the new secret worlds can add biome islands to Skyblock. Happy Days did a video on it. Yeah, I know. I mentioned that in my Skyblock video. Did they patch this? No, they did not patch this. There's a life crystal over there. Keep that in mind for later. Put a bunch of torches horizontal to the life crystal. Akoda plus Zenith plus not the bees is true horror. Yeah, whatever the most miserable seed combination is, it has to include echo coding. I feel like echo coding is in a league of its own. I don't know how any other seed can compete with that. The game's just unplayable. I guess echo-coded Skyblock wouldn't be that bad, honestly, because there's not really any blocks in the first place, and, you know, any blocks you place won't be echo-coded, so. I don't like the fact that I just saw a red highlight from the side of my screen. It's $20. It scared me bad. Those are my Terraria hot takes. Shield of Cthulhu bad. Man, I really thought we'd find something down here. We've worn out almost our entire Spelunker without a single chest. Very bad luck. Need a true copper short sword seed. Man, this is real. I have had such bad luck the past couple times I've gone to the underground desert. This world and other ones. I just can't catch a break here, man. Have grenades? No. This is bad. Oh, that's a lead bar. What do I do here? Throwing knives? Shurikens? Oops. I thought he'd go up a bit. I'm expecting them to behave like bats, but they behave like demon eyes. Yo, Mandible Blade. Honestly, kind of good here. Jagged Rocks plus Planetoids plus Such Great Heights. That sucked. Mandible Blade gets thrown? What? What the fuck? What is... Okay, so clicking it throws it? Huh. And this is a melee weapon. Oh, I grabbed a cactus on accident. Another Phase Blade Keybrand. Okay. That's actually quite good with 17 base damage. That's actually very strong. That's really strong. Alright, we're gonna just... Does it pierce? No, it didn't pierce. If it did, it would have been better against that wound. But I mean, 17 base damage for a weapon... I mean, that's better than a boomerang. Right? That's way faster than a boomerang. I guess maybe not at close range, but... Let's try it out here. That's really strong. Not... This is ridiculous. Damn. Relogic is never beating the allegations that it disproportionately loves melee compared to every other class. The roller skates? Yeah, I've seen the roller skates. I don't even have any words. This is like... For a very easy to get pre-boss weapon, this is ridiculous. This like gives me Molotov cocktail vibes, man. Like... This feels like I just... Like, I get that it's not a blade of grass, but, like, the ease with which this is killing enemies... Like, why would I go farm for a blade of grass when I could just get this? Relogic code that melee is ranged in hard mode, so they made it ranged in general? Is this true melee? If you hold it down, sure. When are we getting a range weapon that has no range? A harpoon? Harpoon exists. Dog collar? Yo, this is just like Baldur's Gate 3. Call me a stereo. I don't like this. I don't want to bout when I get hit. I don't like that. I don't like this. I want to take it off. Hold on. Let me just... Bauk, just not just for trees anymore, is the description. There have been a lot of items that change your damage sound, and I'm not sure how I feel about them, because I'm not sure how common they are. We found quite a lot of them, and I'm not really a huge fan of just, like, random miscellaneous loot cluttering pools, but we'll see what they're like. Hello. I think, like, what I don't want them to be like, one of the items that pisses me off the most in the game, and this might sound ridiculous to some of you, is genuinely the mushroom, or the mushroom vanity set. Just because I hate going to mushroom chests and just having to throw away 3 items. And I would not want a lot of items that I just have to throw in the trash every time that I loot things. Yeah, I don't like the toad set. I don't like it because I don't like... It always fills up my inventory and just have to throw it in the trash. And I don't want to have a bunch of items added to the game that would just be like that, right? Oh, okay, there's another item in the chest. I can't destroy it unless I loot it, and I have to throw it in the trash because I don't want it. But we'll see. It depends how, you know, common they are. Ale Tosser is melee now? Yeah, I heard that. I would have just made it inflict coiled or something. I feel like that would have been cool, but... Vanity items never take the spot of actual loot. Yeah, no, I know they don't take the spot of actual loot. I'm saying it's annoying just having them in your inventory. Like, it's extra stuff to throw away. I don't like that. You know, everything being stackable, I think it's a good change. 1 out of 8 chance of spawning. That's pretty high. It's a little bit janky with a hitbox, but this is like... It's not even reforged. Yeah, I would just say it doesn't feel like I am pre-boss right now with how strong this weapon is. Am I pinned to the Pal World items yet? I haven't seen them yet. I saw there was a huge dragon egg when I was hunting around in different worlds, but I didn't really get to see what it did. So we'll find them. We'll find out. If any item should auto-equip, you should remove them. Put every portal reference you can think of to find portal gun in chest, TT, no luck. It's possible it might not be a portal reference. Or it could be a combination of a portal reference and something else. Like now you're thinking with moons or something. Yeah, Pumpkin Pine Oaf was sad. Found Foxbox already? Greg! I remember Greg. Our mining speed's pretty bad here. Let's go loot floating islands. It's daytime. We left a life crystal in the desert too. I played Voice of the Void. I have not. I've heard good things about it, but I haven't played it. Your logic overcompensates for balancing a lot. Underground desert loot went from 200 powered for the effort to object for the best pre-boss loot. Yeah, honestly, you know the reason that this Mandible Blade, I wouldn't say it necessarily upsets me, but kind of hurts. You know that meme of the kid getting the attention in the pool while one kid is drowning and the other kid is like drowned at the bottom of the pool? That's what it feels like with like early game mage. Right? Melee did not need a pre-boss weapon this strong and easy to get. It feels like the class that needed the least help pre-boss. Right? Like I think it's cool. I think this weapon's fun. But I feel like I would have preferred if the attention that went to melee went to other classes that mainly mage. Goblin statue. What hit? Oh, Pavana. Right, there are enemies. I don't have Hunter Potion anymore. I forgot I didn't have Hunter. Yeah, it's like they took the one point in the game where melee wasn't just like really, really strong without a lot of effort and just made it really, really strong without a lot of effort. Another mahogany house, huh? I'm more interested in life crystals. We've got 2 minutes of Spelunker. I gotta be careful. My HP is kind of low. Now, I don't think the classes need to be balanced that rigorously. You know, I don't think it's a bad thing that melee gets more content. It's just, you know, it kind of stings when other classes are out here drowning, and barely staying afloat, and... Man, that's weird having magic mirror stack. Melee just, gets incredibly strong stuff for nothing. Dude, somebody gifted like 200 channel memberships, man. Beads, clown noises? We getting a bit clown core in here? Clowning time? Like, this is ridiculous. This is like... I know people have been talking about summoner stuff, but I feel like nobody's mentioned the Mandible Blade to me yet. This thing is like... It's in a biome that you want to go to anyway, because the biome has incredible loot. Can use multiple phase blades at once by switching between them. Whip stacking is now a melee mechanic. Yeah, you can tell Relogic loves melee because they took Summoner's key mechanic, the one that everyone loved, took it away from Summoner and gave it to melee instead. No, you're not allowed to play with that. Only melee can play with that. I'm sure it's a bug that'll get patched. Yeah, What? Rat mount? Yo! Yo! Alright, never mind. I'm back to this update being incredible. It's the best update ever. Form of the mouse. Ah, we're dead. Seems to kind of suck, but it's cool. Alright, let's go get that life crystal we left in the... Let's just go back to the underground desert, I think. Why not, right? Let's fit... Do I not have antlion mandibles? I guess I didn't really kill any antlions, okay. Is that house not valid? No, it is. I guess there's... Don't have any... I don't know why no one's moved in. Can I mine while in the rat? Oh, I could try. Give me a sec. No. I think using any item... Yeah, using any item seems to take you out of mouse mode. You can climb walls, though. Yo, holy shit, we get double jump? No extra double jump, just my innate one. We can fucking do a balance beam test to test our coordination. Dude, we can literally make a lab rat course. Shadow Flame Dagger was buffed? Yeah, you can press W. Is this just infinite? I think this is infinite. I think this is infinite wall climbing. Mouse only win. Honestly, it might be possible with Summoner. Like whipless Summoner, mouse only. This is kind of what I was talking about. I don't like that I've only looted a handful of chests and I've already found like 3 or 4 of these damage things because it's kind of just cluttering up my inventory. I'm not really a huge fan of that. Yeah, we'll see how bad it is, though. We might have just gotten good luck. I can just trash them, but they're worth money. They're worth a gold each. That's a lot of money. I don't want to trash that. That's just going to fill up all my alternate loadouts. You're already filling up all my alternate loadouts. The mouse does shrink your hitbox. Honestly, mouse summoner might be pretty damn good then. Try stack similar feature. We can try it in a bit. Is that? No. The damage shop should be an NPC thing. I'm sorry, I can't get over the mandible blade, man. This is... Jeez. This is better than the weapons you get from the underground desert chests, like the storm spear and the thunder zapper, it feels like. Does mouse lower my fall damage? I can check. Seems like it. That looks reduced. Can fall down 1 block hole with yes. Yes, you can. Although you can't place torches. You also can't leave mouse mode if you're in a 1 block hole. You need to be in an open space to leave mouse mode. Mandible Blade is a range weapon? Nope, it's a melee weapon. It's just throwable. Thunder Spear is buffed? Oh, okay, well. Maybe that. That's a big line of amber. Jeez. It doesn't seem to do a very good job of attacking in narrow areas. Yeah, I mean, if the Mandible Blade is like this, then... man, phase sabers and phase blades, huh? Okay, hold on. Hold on. You're telling me that Relogic nerfed whip stacking so that Summoner wouldn't be too strong in comparison to the other classes, or just in general? And they gave Melee the ability to do this? I don't know, we make fun of the, the Melee favoritism, but it really, really comes through there. Am I saying Mandible wrong on purpose? What are you talking about? Honestly, this is better than a Blade of Grass. I'm not even kidding. Like, the DPS might not be as high as a Blade of Grass, but being able to stunlock multiple antlion chargers from a distance and deal strong damage on an infinite use weapon that has good range, it can attack flying enemies, it can... Like, what can't this thing do? I guess it can't find me a desert chest. I'm not even sure they exist. Yeah, Underground Desert patch notes. We buffed the hell out of the Mandible Blade, but just remove the chests. A nerfed crit rate? But yeah, let's not even mention the fact that this thing has a very high base crit chance. Just in case I wasn't good enough to begin with. It's also got a base, what, 15%? 14%? 11%? I think 11%. Yeah, I've heard Augustine. We'll see if he shows up. Jolfer. This is ridiculous, right? I'm not even talking about the Mandible Blade. I just mean the fact that I've been in the underground desert for like 2 or 3 Spelunker potions and haven't even found a single chest. Stylish scissors are Mandible Blade core? Okay. If we get the new dungeon gen, I can fight Skeletron there. Underground Desert is another best biome in pre-hard. It was honestly like kind of already the best biome in pre-hard mode, I'm not gonna lie. But this, I feel like this kind of seals the deal. Like, you want to kill antlions anyways, because mining potions are incredible. Fast statue. There's one up there. With jungle because broomstick? Dude, I'll be honest with you. I might rather have a Mandible Blade than a broomstick. At least from a consistency perspective. And an ease of access and low risk perspective. Because, like, broomstick, there's a lot of RNG involved. Mandible Blade, you could farm this super consistently. Like, this isn't... There's really very little danger in just killing enemies in the underground desert. The danger mostly comes from... worms, who, if you have an area, they're perfectly safe. And, like, traps. The cacti. But if you're staying in one area, there's no danger there. So I really feel like, you know, the consistency on offer there is pretty ridiculous. Okay, Dune Riders. Is it still a melee weapon? Yep, this is still a melee weapon. The damage looks... It is. It is. This is... And keep in mind, these enemies have pretty high defense. Like, these underground desert enemies are not a pushover. That guy there's got 300 HP, you know? We don't even have piercing, and we're making pretty close work of him. I think this is better than a musket or an undertaker. It adds... The other thing is, this weapon has a giant hitbox. Like, it's very difficult to miss with this attack. It's very good against flying enemies because of that. Right? Like, if you miss your boomstick shot against a bat, you're in trouble. You miss your Mandible Blade, you just throw another one. Attack with melee speed? It would either fly faster or more frequently. I don't know which. We don't really have much melee speed at the moment. Hard to tell. So did you follow with legendary skyblock solidifier doesn't spawn? Yes. For the worthy makes it that there is no solidifier and no shimmer. It's a more authentic skyblock. You get no assistance. Still beatable. You just don't have access to those two things, so it's going to be a lot rougher to start. But with the wood slimes they added, you could probably dig your way down to the underground, or use your starting blocks to get down to the underground, and then get wood to start making houses, would be my guess. I think somebody said we got another one. It's ruthless. It has minus 10% knockback, but I'm pretty sure this thing's knockback is good enough that it's not going to matter now that we just deal extra damage. Yeah, keep in mind, that was an unreforged Mandible Blade. Yeah, Mandible Blade's got a super high drop rate. It's a really common item. Alright, chest number 2. Yeah, and like someone said, it's a good sword. I can just sit here and use it as an actual sword. This is like it has 2 attack modes, and they're both really good. Knockback kind of useless on melee anyways. You want a little bit of knockback to stun lock, but not too much. Another damage noise. 2 more life crystals. Alright, well we have max HP once we get this and the other one. Yeah, you can get sand from Obsidian and Extractinator. Extractinator comes from mimics in the cavern layers. You want to see me getting the Thunder Spear? We can. We're pretty close to the bottom of the underground desert. I was hoping to get a, ancient chisel, but honestly, with how many chests spawned in this underground desert, that doesn't seem super likely now, does it? Lava slimes drop lava in classic on Skyblock. I'm pretty sure they do. I think so. Their lava drop has changed from expert mode. I can't say for sure, but I think it'd be a little odd if they didn't. Yeah, Thunderspear was not that bad before, so a buff to it is pretty respectable. Does Fence Icon have a different icon for Legendary mode? I'm not sure. Let's see if we can get the Thunder Spear. You always got some nice buffs. That's good. That's good. I'm glad they paid attention to melee and buffed the hell out of melee. Man, I was really hoping they'd do something like buff gem staves. I mean, it's nice that they buffed the space gun, but I was really hoping Relogic would, remember that mage exists. I don't even like mage. It's sad, They buffed the Thunder Zapper by reducing its mana cost by 1. Huge. Wow. I gotta go watch the Thunder Zapper. There's a reason I don't like mage. Yeah, the reason I don't like mage is because it sucks early game. And its weapons are inconsistent. Life crystal over there. We don't need another one. For Skyblock World, you got the dirtiest dirt block pet is more common in Skyblock. I'm not sure. I know it can generate. I don't know how the spawn generation logic works for it. It's possible that It just uses the available dirt, so because there's less available dirt, it's more common. Those must be dig choices. Go check them out. Chest in the bottom right. Maybe dig choices only spawn in the bottom part of the desert? I see two of them right here. Comes dig choice to help mining. Left click to direct it. Right click to recall. Right click to pet it. Okay. We can eat a cactus if it rolls the wrong way. I'm just gonna wear out my Spelunker buff before we start using this thing. Just to see if there are any chests nearby. It was one off to the right. There's one to the left too. Glad we came here. So top left. Oh wait, no, my Spelunker's not even gonna wear off. That's my danger sense that's gonna wear off. Okay, so left click. What? Okay, I can only summon one at a time. Okay, that... Can I see why someone called him an auto-elevator. That's quite strong. Okay. In case you needed more reasons to come to the underground desert... Damn, he keeps going for quite a while, huh? Is he gonna stop? I don't know if he's gonna stop. Check how we act with lava. Doesn't seem to care. He's singing. Maybe he's happy in lava. There's another... Dude, there's so many of these things. That's busted? Yeah, that's quite strong. Okay, yeah, Year of the Underground Desert. There's our Thunder Zapper with a reduced mana cost. Okay, let's go get that chest I was off to the right. He replaced 50% of the chests with dig toys? That's what it feels like, yeah. This is on master mode, Potato. Oh, those are all their Spelunker buffs, so he was hoping we get a Storm Spear here. I think it was off, like, really far off to the right. Keep in mind, I don't even need to throw this thing. I can just use its regular attack. Okay. Oh, there are two chests here. I found where all the chests are. Yeah, there's a Storm Spear. Doesn't look too much different. It's just more range. That's definitely more range. That's a lot further than it used to go. Is this more damage? I can't tell. Sometimes more range and slightly higher bolt damage. Okay. Well, dude, we haven't even made a furnace. We haven't even made a furnace, and we're like barely over an hour into the game, and we're already this strong. And I think it's very, very heavily because of the Mandible Blade, and just the Underground Desert in general. All the living tree chests have been replaced with living wood chests? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. This is really strong. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but man, that's. I feel like this is melee's equivalent to rushing a boomstick, right? Like, you couldn't really rush a blade of grass as melee. Let's make a furnace. Because you had to sit there and grind it, but this is very, very accessible very quickly. This is a very, very strong weapon that you can get very easily. Am I enjoying the update so far? It's been fun. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. The balance seems questionable, but the balance is that it doesn't have any pierce. Neither does a boomstick. The boomstick is very, very strong. Is that a crane house? No, it's a whip. We have stylish scissors. Yeah, we got that. It's a well-balanced update, honestly. Yeah, I feel like this weapon's gonna get a nerf, but maybe they want it to be really strong. I don't know. Early game, it's really strong. Yeah, I feel like Digtois isn't that strong, honestly. Because you get Digtois from the Underground Desert. And the Underground Desert is the biome you go to, like, get a ton of mining speed anyways. By the time you've dug in the Underground Desert a fair amount, there's a good chance you've gotten an ancient chisel. You've gotten mining potions, right? Your mining speed by the end of the Underground Desert is probably pretty good. So I don't think Digtois is like incredibly busted, but he definitely lets you just mindlessly sit there and he digs for you. Good for clearing out arenas. You can dig toys on one side of the world and do whatever you want and you won't despawn. Yeah, that's kind of just a free elevator, huh? You set it down, forgot, and had a elevator and found Shimmer. Stream lagging for anyone else? I'm not dropping any frames. I don't think it should be lagging. If anyone else does, let me know and I can try to fix things, but I think it's on your side. Digtoy seems amazing for convenience. Yeah, that's it feels like maybe a magic conch kind of item. What I mean by that is it's the kind of item that just, like, on its own isn't technically like extremely strong, but just allows the player so much versatility and options. So many versatility and options. Maybe also kind of like a magiluminescence type thing. I mean, it's really good. of the early hard mode mage buffs. Yeah, we haven't gotten to those yet. Yeah. I'm gonna say something. And I think it would be a good idea for Digtois. You guys think it should be in hard mode? Right? Hard mode doesn't have many reasons to go to the underground desert. I feel like if Digtois was a bit faster and he was in hard mode, that would, one, give you a reason to go to the underground desert in hard mode. And two, I feel it kind of curves out instead of just being like the underground desert pre-hard mode is just stacked with loot. It kind of gives it some relevancy in hard mode, you know? What do you need him for in hard mode? What do you need him for in pre-hard mode? I mean, it's just a convenience thing. It's a quality of life thing, right? You have enough mind speed? Yeah, but he's a tool to work for you, right? You set him to do things for you. You can see him explicitly being the elevator quality of life. Yeah, but like I can make a elevator for free. I'm an hour into the game. That feels kind of strong, right? You could probably get this guy half an hour into the game if you rushed him. Can't mind corrupted / hollowed blocks. Let's see how this scales with melee speed. Faster projectile and it flies further. I wanted food. Cooking pot. I do think the new crafting interface does make me just type things in. Instead of finding it. Even with buffs, Digtois wouldn't be worth going to the hard mode desert early on. Honestly, the only part about Digtois that concerns me, I think it's a cool item. I like Pal World. The only thing that I don't want the game to turn into or have is, I know a lot of players like elevators. I don't want like the meta strategy in Terraria to just be go to the underground desert, get a Digtois, have the Digtois dig a elevator for you. Right? Like there's that doesn't sit right with me. That's what feels off to me. It's because it feels like with how strong this thing is that very plausibly could be what happens. Why not? Because it kind of just skips a lot of the game and like it... I feel like it's a play pattern that revolves around not interacting with the game instead of like going out and exploring and doing stuff. Right? Like it's an item that encourages not playing the game. Does that make sense? It's an item that encourages just sitting there, pressing a button, and then having a task be accomplished for you by just automatically in the background. It still takes forever, but it happens in the background. Yeah, if it's stopped after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I'm like barely even looking at this. I'm literally just running back and forth. You could just get like an Amber Hook and Dune Rider boots, and this is fine. It's on Master Mode, by the way. I don't think we even dropped below 300 HP at any point in the fight. This is ridiculous, man. I would not be surprised if this gets nerfed. Because this is very overtuned. Let's go break a Shadow Orb. Or, how, I don't actually know whether we have Crimson or Corruption. Let's find out. Dynamite is still faster. 2,000 cop. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you. That's very generous. I've been hating on Mandible Blade looking dumb. What? I love the Mandible Blade. I mean, I think it's very strong and should be nerfed, but... Nah, I loved the Mandible Blade before this update. 54 cents. My king. Here, you drop this crown, king. My life savings. The Mandible Blade is too strong, but given a proper nerf, I think it'll overall be a very nice change to the weapon. Yeah, I mean, making the Mandible Blade better is not a bad thing, but they way overdid it. I don't know. I feel like... Maybe this is another way to put it that might make sense. I don't like quality of life Terraria mods, and Digtois gives me the vibes of quality of life Terraria mods. Does that make sense to you guys? It feels like it encourages not playing the game or interacting with the game, which is what I feel like a lot of quality of life mods do. They just encourage you to not play the game. And Digtois gives me a similar vibe. And I think that's why I don't really like it. There comes a point where quality of life just turns into, well, we're just not playing the game anymore. We're just, the game's playing itself and we're just sitting there. Which it is Palworld, right? I mean, Palworld, you sit there and you automate things with your pals. It's you know, it's a survival game. You have your minions under you to do things. It's an effective communication of Palworld gameplay into Terraria. That's fine. But it's the sort of thing that does happen in Terraria and quality of life mods and stuff, and it's something that I don't really like. It's not something that's novel for Terraria. You know. Instant elevator? Yeah, it's not instant elevator. It does take time. But if you sit there, it is kind of instant elevator. I lowered fall damage there by hopping on my mouse, by the way. Mouse takes reduced fall damage. So, I was able to reduce it by hopping on it. Spamming is probably way worse on mobile. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Zero opportunity cost? Yeah, yeah. Mandible Blade is way faster than the Demon Bow and not far behind the date. Yeah, like, this thing's ridiculous. I got a musket from this chest. The Mandible Blade is better than the musket. How many 35 secret seeds have been found? 28, 29? Something like that. I have the updated list on my, in the description of my video and the pinned comment of my video. The wiki page also is probably updated. If the meta is switching to mouse for less fall damage and this is known as the mouse bounce, I hope so. It's at 30 now? Okay. Oh yeah, I think I might not be mentally counting dual dungeons because dual dungeons, is only discovered because of a bug on mobile and console. That's not what the code is supposed to be. And it hasn't been discovered on PC. What are the new ones? Invisible Plane makes the entire world invisible with echo coding. What's the no corruption one? It's some reference that I don't understand. Fish something or something like that. Fish mocks, yeah, fish mocks. What is it a reference to? And then the floating island seed is the Care Bears movie. Unfortunately, I was really disappointed when I tried using the Care Bears movie with Skyblock, and it didn't generate a single extra floating island. That's very disappointing. That seemed like exactly the interaction you would expect. I mean, the other secret seeds, like, you know, Snowstar and Toadstool, do add extra floating islands, but the one to add extra floating islands doesn't add a single one. You get extra floating islands with Care Bears? Really? I looked around for them. I didn't find any. Yeah, we can totally fight Skeletron here. This is a more than comfy arena. Using any special seeds? Nope. I wanted to take a regular seed, see how the regular game feels. You know, if we're fast about this, we can make a house to move in the merchant and golfer. Merchant likes the golfer, so we can get a pylon. But we do need to be fast. Any dungeon variants are there? I think somebody said there were 2, and then there was the old one. Oh no, I hope I'm not too late here. I might be too late. Shit. Stop for a sec. I'm too late. Damn it. I stopped for a sec to build different wall types, and I didn't realize how late it was getting. That's okay. We'll just get the pylon later. Pylons are sold regardless, and you can force low prices with love potions. Huh. Like this? I don't really like this. I don't like that I just have to sit here and throw away a bunch of stuff that I'm getting from this chest. Let's just make the Fey wood. Give Mandible Blade piercing, yeah. At least Mandible Blade is horrible for Eater of Worlds. I am sure the Mandible Blade would function adequately on Eater of Worlds. I think it would do fine. Like, sure, it doesn't have piercing, but I think it has enough single target damage that it would still be, like, passable on the boss. Arms Dealer Nurse is likely to show up. It's either Arms Dealer Nurse or Demolitionist. I'm not sure the priority order. Oh, we've got a minion. Worthy Finchstaff. 8 armor penetration and 14% damage. Okay, that's quite strong in a Finchstaff. So armor penetration is an attribute that gets modified, it seems. Sure. Eight. Yeah, that's very good. I don't want the dog collar, please. It's flat. Seems to be flat, yeah. Armor penetration is really strong, yeah. Especially in combination with whips. I mean, I guess, in a roundabout way, this kind of works out to be 4 tag damage by default, right? So, like, from that context, the whip stacking nerf makes sense. Right? At least for early game whips. If you just have, effectively, a whole whip added for free as a reforge, then it's kind of like you get a whip stack for free. I get it from a balance perspective. Armor penetration stacks in multiplayer? I doubt it. Whip stacking was kept... I'm actually very curious how whip stacking works in multiplayer. Because before this update, whip stacking stacked in multiplayer. One person using a whip would apply that bonus for every player. Pal metal chestplate. Okay. How does that look? Gotta unequip all this stuff. That's getting mentioned by Chippy. Oh, when was that? I didn't, I've been, I've been so busy with, well, just making videos and other stuff that I didn't realize. Why is my thing red? Why is my... Bast statue. Bast statue? It's based on difficulty? Oh, is it not highlighted if, Oh, well, thanks for letting me know. I assume it was probably related to the Secret Seed video. Probably just, you know, saying he was the Secret Seeds or whatever. Yo, Soul Scourge is a dope name. Okay, you know, I kind of lost some confidence in Relogic's ability to name things after they called, Goblin Sorcerers, Goblin Warlocks. I feel like that was a straight name downgrade, but Soul Scourge? That is a dope name. Vasulash? Vasulash is nowhere near as cool as Soul Scourge. Okay, sharp. Maybe we go try to get a Flinks coat. Did they add any new early game armor sets? We found a pal already. We found a Digtoist. 3 Digtoists, actually. Me, when I put my 3 Digtoists behind the church where Zoe lives and just mine all the ore there. I wanted to make Feywood. That's right. It was mushrooms. Give me a cobweb too. So whip stacking doesn't exist, but this just okay, this just looks like it's a new wood set. We can check it out. Look at it. Let's make some. AFK elevator? Yeah. So we'll, I guess just to, you know, see how good it is, we'll take our Digtoists and just tell him to dig down right here. Hello? Was he digging that whole time? Okay, and we'll just let him go. Let's do all that in the background while we're doing something else. Okay, this is all cool. I don't know why I would use it when I have a Mandible Blade, but... So this does 5 tag damage. Can you place multiple at once? No, you can only have one at a time. Yeah, let's explore the right side of the world, past the jungle. We haven't been there yet. Now, you can only use one at once. In multiplayer, maybe you could have multiple in one spot. Yeah, and he'll just do that in the background. He won't stop until hitting a liquid or a block he can't destroy. It seems like he has maybe copper pickaxe power. It takes him 3 hits to destroy stone, which would mean he can't break obsidian. Or demonite, crimtane, or any of the harder blocks. What? Am I doing random backhands? This whip looks really weird visually. It's like a wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing tube man. There's more whip animations? There's random movement for whips. Like, this is following a different attack pattern? How is it different? It looks like it's still hitting the same area. Is it just less range? Oh, that's cool. It tells me how many minions I have summoned. Underneath the minion count. It's just a different animation. Is there a functional difference between it? Like, one of them's like a backhand. Is the backhand, does it have a different hitbox? It kind of looks like it has less of an arc and it's more direct. Just affects visuals, not hitboxes. Okay. That's fine. This is a really strong, like... Damn, I mean, I don't know how it's going to scale for the rest of the game, but... For a single Finch, this is really, really strong. Finch used to be a terrible, terrible minion. That could barely handle its own, but, the armor penetration alone on it is letting it go toe-to-toe with these enemies. Normally, a Finch would be, like, useless in these situations, because it would just be dealing one damage to it. But it's dealing its full base damage here. It's got a damage buff, armor penetration, and then we're giving it, what, 5 tag damage? This is very, very good. I can only imagine what the Vampire Frog and Flinks and other early game minions could do. The Web Whip has an ability? Oh, right. Summons a spider. This whip sucks. Maybe it's just in comparison to the other whip, but okay, there's the Finch AI being terrible. Finch is queen being himself. I guess, you know, comparing the early game Cobweb weapon to the Demonite weapon. Demonite. Did I miss something? What the hell? It's a Cativa. Did I free the Cativa? Was that supposed to be like the goblins had captured the Cativa and then I freed the Cativa? Well, it's taking a lot out of me to not immediately throw this Kativa in the trash, because when I played Palworld, there was a Kativa, like, immediately in the starting area that just fucking hyper-beamed me and killed me, and I have harbored a burning resentment of Kativa ever since then. But I will at least see what he does. Seems kind of, flink staffy. This is very similar to Flink's AI. Yeah, he's also got, damage and armor penetration. Yeah, I mean, even just playing for a couple minutes here, I totally get why they removed... have I not had any NPCs move in all day? Is there something wrong with my houses? Wait, that's just a goblin scout. This is very strong. Don't I have 3 houses in total? No, I built a whole house over by the dungeon. No one's moved in there all day. It's a valid house. I had other NPCs moved in and then I moved him back. Did Kativa jump on my back? Was that? He jumps on my back. Okay. It said he helped with my mining efforts. Okay. It's pretty good. I wonder if I have a bunch of Kativa, will my mining just be super fast? I get why they removed whip stacking. Like, with how strong these minions are with a single whip, if I could whip stack, I could see that being very, very strong. Like, it sucks. I think a good halfway point would be if Relogic... I'm gonna make a house here to buy a pylon. Let's try this Feywood. Okay. If they allowed you to stack not the damage from the whips, but... Okay, I say Kativa's been awesome, but like the Mandible Blade, man. Yeah, stacking the bonus effects from the whips, but not the damage, right? So the Cob Whip makes a spider. The damage on the Cob Whip sucks anyways, but, you know, you can stack the spider. You can get the melee speed bonuses. You can get the Dark Harvest boon effect. You can get the Snowflake from the Frozen Whip. Because I think the main concern here is just adding the flat damage per minion. But I think if you were to just... I'm saying all this, but Kativa is nowhere near as good as just the Mandible Blade. This thing is... Does Relogic have playtesters? Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Kativa is trying to mine everything that I hit, or just kind of mine when I hit things, which is a little bit annoying when I'm building, I will say. You'd be okay with even one instance of whip speed increase, only one lingering effect. Yeah, I think just having something that retains some level of the skill expression, because I don't think it's the damage that the people that liked whip stacking are sad about losing. Like, the damage here is fine. I don't think the damage is any issue whatsoever. But I think they're sad about losing the thing that made the class feel mechanically engaging to play. And I think there's an in-between that can be reached. I do. Skill expression is just mashing numbers on your hotbar. Don't let it don't let a summoner main hear you saying that. Easiest way to rage bait a summoner main. Yeah, and by the way, I don't even need to use the range thing. I can just sit here and hold down the attack button. Like, this is its regular form. Yeah, keep in mind, this isn't even, like, all it's capable of. Okay, yeah, so this is a Kativa getting shot by a handgun and it's spewing out blood behind it. Because I hate Kativa. With a burning passion. Feywood walls look like poop walls. I'm sorry, these look like poo walls. I'm sorry, whichever one of you needs to hear this. These look exactly like poo walls. Doesn't look anything like it? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Try some of this, Feywood stuff. That's cool. Feywood platform. Isn't that what I want? Oh yeah, that's why I made it. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy with this outcome. You know, if Aelto will become pre-hard mode melee meta? I think right now the Mandible Blade is the pre-hard mode melee meta, dude. It's a melee weapon that uses What is Relogic doing? What? What? I guess we'll have to see what it does. What even is a melee weapon anymore, man? Phase Blade is just insane. Yeah, I think it's like the Mandible Blade, right? And Kativa is sad because he's getting shot. And he deserves it. Why you gotta do Kativa like that? Because a lucky Kativa fucking hyper beamed me and one-shot me when I played Palworld. And I never forgive him for that. Alright, kid. You can come out now. That's the moon there. Oh, you can see the moon during a new moon now. That's cool. Let me move in merchant. Oh, angler's moving here. No, I want the angler at the ocean. Check how far the dig toy stuck. Oh yeah, good idea. Okay, let's let's see the fruits of our labor. And by our labor, I mean Dig Toys' labor. This was all happening in the background while I was just playing the game. Okay. He stopped because he hit obsidian here. This is just something you can do in the background. There's no opportunity cost. You just hit the button. That's OP. It's pretty strong. Yeah, he did not stop on liquids. He did not care. What if it's a block with a chest on it? He'd probably get stuck though, because you can't destroy that. He stops when you hit something you can't destroy, right? Right click to pet it? Where's the right click to shoot it option? Okay, Relogic, you're missing the part of Pal World where you can, like, work your pals to death. And butcher them. Where's the Butcher Kativa option? The rest of the pals are sweethearts, and I would never do that to them. But Kativa? Kativa's got it coming. You want the hot pals? Yeah, Relogic, you cowards. Did you add Lavender in here? Is that their name? Is Relogic too much of a coward? You spam diggies to mine the entire world? You can only have one at a time. And they're quite slow. And there are blocks they can't destroy. So no, you couldn't mine the entire world. You think they take only the wholesome parts of Pal World? I think so, yeah. I respect it. I enjoy the wholesome parts of Pal World. Unless it relates to Kativa. Kativa's the one exception. It's like how Batman broke his no-killing rule when he saw the Condiment King. Some foes are just too great. They can't be reasoned with. Chilla is the closest thing to Lavander. Yeah, Chilla is just Lavander to certain types of furries. You really enjoy a retreat building as pure self-expression? That's... Your mind is a paintbrush and the world is your canvas. Don't ever let anybody hold you back from... live fishing. I just can't type. I can't push backspace, I guess. Why have I not had any NPCs move in yet? This is... Like, I'm valid for Arms Dealer and Demolitionist. I don't even have, like, weird houses or anything. I've got 3 valid houses here. I've got 2 valid houses here. I can't get a single one. They're valid... Yeah, they're fine. This is literally just a box. We can get a traveling merchant. But I can't get, I can't even get to that pylon to go to the traveling merchant because... No one's moving in. The patch for it just released like 5 minutes. Oh, whoa, there's a new patch. There's a bug with NPCs not spawning. Okay, if I relaunch... Well, if I relaunch the game, the traveling merchant leaves. Is that the dungeon? Yes, they added new dungeon generations. We'll go kill Skeletron soon. Okay. So there's a new hotfix that fixes the NPCs not moving in. Maybe it's related to whatever the hotfix was that stopped them from moving in when there weren't houses. How useful is the mechanic of comboing the hotline and lava-proof hook? Not particularly. So the main usefulness of that is fishing in lava faster if you do not have lava bait, or if you have lava bait but you also have a hotline fishing hook and like an endless supply of master bait. Because there's only a 5% loss from hotline fishing hook from golden fishing rod, but there's a 15% loss to lava snails. So you get 10% better fishing power if you hotline master bait instead of golden rod lava snail. The problem is it's just very rare. Like, if you happen to get a hotline fishing hook, it's usually slightly better to use that with master bait than other things, but it's never worth going out of your way to try to get it, right? That axe fairy is stressing you the hell out. I don't particularly like her, I'll be honest. It's kind of like, it's like you have a 6-year-old brother, and you're giving them the controller with player 2, and you're playing the game by yourself, and then you just have, like, this little kid behind you that's just hitting trees the whole time, and they think they're being helpful, and, like, it's kind of cute, but they're not really doing anything. They're just kind of there, and they're, just hitting everything they come across. What is this seed exactly? This is just a regular master mode seed. There's no, nothing special about it. Mouse! We haven't gone mouse mode in a while. New secret seed discovered? Which one is it? Thoughts on Skyblock? Not a huge fan. I'm not really big on grinding in the first place. Purify this? Okay, that must be the full corruption one, right? Okay. Go ahead and move the angler in here so we can actually use this pylon. Yeah, we can test out that new seed. We can relaunch the game to fix things. Another palmetto chestplate. Blue roller skate. Oh, so there are 2 different roller skates. I'd rather keep mouse mode. Plus I'm kind of broke, but that's cool. It's not just the ones from the skeleton merchant. Okay, so someone said there was a hotfix. So I'm gonna close the game and see if we can relaunch. Yeah, there's an update. Okay. Yeah, if you're playing the game now, restart it. There's an update that apparently fixes an NPC spawning bug. I'm going to check the... I assume they put out a new changelog. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they haven't gotten around to it yet. I just refreshed the 1.4.5 page. I don't see a new hotfix yet, but... How to get mouse mode? We found it in a chest. I don't even remember what chest. Okay, so it was purify this. Yeah. Let's check it. Corruption. It was a jungle chest? Yeah, I guess we were in the jungle. It might have been a jungle chest. Okay, it was called Corrupt something. I don't know how these were organized. Corruption? Probably this one. I tried using purification on the Crimstone of the Crimson. 96% Crimson! Guys, I think the underworld, I think underground might be corrupted. I think underground might be corrupted. Oops, all crimson. Yeah, that means that 96% of all corruptible blocks are corrupted. Am I understanding that correctly? Which, just how does it even work? You can just make it in the sky. That raises the interesting question of what isn't corrupted. You just don't mind stone. First, the Dryad sells purification powder. You could purify the stone. And then mine it. It'd be slow, but you could do it. I wonder if the shimmer. The shimmer might be okay. I have no. Well, that was snow side, so jungle side should be over here. No, more than 4% aren't corruptible because there's dirt. Dirt isn't corruptible, but dirt isn't 4% of the world. It's a hell of a lot more than that. I guess maybe mushroom. The shimmer. The shimmer is uncorrupted. That's the 4%. Yeah, thought it might be. Okay, I'm gonna update the description of my video real quick. It will corrupt though, not in pre-hard mode. Won't corrupt till hard mode. Okay. Let's see. Purify this. Got a Power World pet called the Chichen Itza. Goes 5 minutes. Goes 59 miles per hour in a dash. I think you're thinking of Chile. How'd you combine this and fish mocks? Good question. Boneless corruption. What is fish mocks a reference to? Does anyone know? It's kind of antibiotic. Okay. The phrasing of this makes me think that the inner third of the world is safe and the outer thirds of the world are corrupted. We'll see if we're right. That, or maybe it's the underground, but I think... Actually, maybe it's the surface and the underground. The desert was certainly corrupted. Surface underground makes sense. Dungeon. No, there's still a regular crimson there. I'm not 100% sure what this did. There's definitely a hell of a lot more corruption than usual. Oh, underground is fucked. Is there a hollow seed equivalent? There should be, yeah. At least surface is hollow. I don't know about entire world is hollow. Yeah, so underground is fucked. Surface seems normal. If you combine the two. I am also kind of curious. I want to check what happens if you skyblock purify this. Will it just be your spawning island? Will it spawn corrupt islands? spawning islands normal? They must spawn corrupt islands, right? Damn, things are pretty grim. Yeah, she counts how many corruptible blocks are corrupted. There must be a Crimson Island, because we have Crimson in the world. Yes. Okay. So, adding the Crimson Seed does not crimson your initial spawn, but it does add Crimson Islands throughout the world. It's another one of the ones that adds islands. And those islands can have... Sorry about that, I dropped my microphone. Underground, then, underground. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm dead. Stream's over. Dead live on stream. Okay, let's see if this fixed, so much crimson I dropped my mic. I'm sorry, I don't actually have a very good microphone setup, so I just literally put it on my, on my lap. And, I knocked it over from my lap. What, did we kill the Eater here? Shit, I mean... No, we wanted to get a Flinks fur coat. That's right. Flinks fur coat should be quick to get, right? Lap mic. Yes, I have a lap microphone. Yeah, if you watch Miku plays Terraria, you can see my microphone setup. It's not good. Flink staff cost more fur. That seems unnecessary. Why? The pals seem to be strong enough minions. They honestly seem to be like kind of better than the flinks potentially. I mean, Kativa was pretty damn good. 6 to 10. Why? Yeah, we could just go kill the Eater. Maybe I will. Resurface. Whip should be pretty effective on the surface. Surface is hollow with something to do with Fairy Tail? Like the anime? I haven't watched Fairy Tail. I have no idea, Special Jess. I'm not sure exactly how the spawning works. We just came across a random group of goblins in the outer part of the world that had Kativa. Does a different whip attack have a different hitbox? People said it didn't. I don't know if that's true or not, but we've been told they don't. We need to do this on the surface. I think surface with whips is fine. Skyblock really that grindy? Skyblock is not that grindy. Like it's a lot more of a grind than regular Terraria, but let's just get Kativa. You guys think Kativa can pierce? Probably not. Had like 600 items. Yeah, but I think a lot of those are furniture items, right? They had a lot of furniture sets. The furniture sets don't even get their own wiki page. Playing with Abigail feels a lot more fun now, even more with the new whip. Does Kativa work like Abigail with more summon slots? I have no idea. We don't have any extra summon slots, so. How dateable is Kativa? 0. 0. Does Kativa do no knockback? No, he does very weak knockback. I prefer my minions no knockback, honestly. But it's okay. I'm getting a snap thorn faster than the slime whip. The slime whip I also just don't think is very good. The corrupt whip seems pretty easy to get though. Whip second shot dead in the streets of Detroit. At least mixed summoner will be on par with pure summoner. I mean, I understand why whip stacking doesn't exist anymore after having seen these summoner reforges. That's why I don't like knockback on minions. Out of platforms. Yeah, if you're playing the game now, there was a bug that made NPCs just like not move in. I would suggest restarting your game if you're not having NPCs move in. You know, like how the slime whip inflicts fire? Feels a bit weird for a slime whip, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense with slime being flammable. Kativa looks like it's so much more useful than Flinks. They feel pretty similar. Keep in mind, Kativa has a reforge that gives it armor penetration and a damage buff. If a Flinks had armor penetration and damage buff, I think it would also be doing pretty damn well against these eaters. You summon multiple Kativas? I don't know. We don't have extra minion slots. He was limited to a single slot? Okay. Hey, here's a burger. Is the sun looking ray trace part of the update? Yes. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like that. The lighting is beautiful. It is, but it doesn't feel like it fits with Terraria's visual style. Feels kind of out of place. Right, like I feel like certain visual styles have stuff that fits their aesthetic and some that don't, and some things just clash. And even if it's beautiful, if it kind of clashes with the visual style, it can look kind of weird. And I feel like the ray tracing looks kind of weird. Change the whip crack sound effect? No, this whip has a custom effect. It's the flesh or lesion block breaking noise. Or the altar smashing noise, actually. Same sound effect. Fit in if it was more pixelated or blocky. I can see that. Well, we don't need this much space. This is fine. I think. I hope. I don't really fight the eater that much. Let's get a pylon by the dungeon. I wanted one. I feel like this is the What If Terraria Was in Real Life 2014 Low Quality MS Movie Maker Slideshow update. Choose Corruption over Crimson, just a random seed? It's a random seed. No, Corruption is not my preference, but I don't really have that strong of a preference anyways, so I don't care. Is Fabled or Ballistic better for whips? I have no idea. I haven't really gotten to tinker, so I haven't seen the reforges much. Oh, I'm poor. Oh, we got money now. What the fuck is this? This was a mistake. Get rid of it. I don't know what they were trying to do. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I guess it only happens if you right-click on pylon. No. You need to right-click on pylons for it to happen. I don't like that. I don't think that should be here. That looks really bad. Okay, let's make some potions. Soup. Looks better when your pylons aren't all the same height. But you make pylons on the surface. That's not weird. Alright, surface is a totally normal place to put pylons. Okay, we can just see how the Edo goes. I'm not sure where this is gonna go, but let me get my buffs. I would assume they just have the reforges change, Small Joseph, but I'm not sure. Gonna get some more blocks. Yeah, you really don't need a network telling you where they are because they stand out a lot. I don't know, man. This doesn't look good. No, it's a whip, Santroid. Oh, slimed buffs fire damage. I didn't know that. I don't know. We can... We'll reevaluate when we get some more pylons, but first impression, that doesn't look very good. I feel like they felt like adding a bunch of miscellaneous stuff this update. Explains why it took so long. Maybe a little transparency would be better for it. I can see that. Dude, Finch is such a terrible minion. Foxbox means you can do true 100% flamethrowers run? Potentially, yeah. I think I will still make this a little bit bigger. I think it wouldn't hurt. You understand what even the idea behind the pylon is? The network? Yeah, it feels very, it's kind of unnecessary. Like, you don't need to know that information. It's not... the pylons are these giant glowing crystals. You can just see where they are. And that's you draw on the map. You could already do that with pixel artwork. Right, you could use like gem spark blocks and stuff. You can. Hell, we've drawn a Cativa getting shot on the map right now. They ruined Doubts? That's a interesting choice of weapon to nerf. Doubts aren't really, like, that. Okay. Make Doubts require a hard mode anvil? That's a bigger nerf. Crystal darts have less bounces. Why? They buffed sand. You're fucking with me. They buffed the sand gun? Hey, Woot. You can't be... No. We're checking the changelog right now. Balance changes. Ranged weapons. Shrumite, Piranha Gun, Magic Quiver. Fix an issue that caused weapons... Oh, is it just they fixed the negative damage from the sand? I mean, that's basically nothing. Okay, yeah, that's more of a bug fix than a buff. That's did it need it? No, but it's fine. What else do they do? Harpoon can be retracted before. Okay, musket buff, whatever. I saw the revolver rework. Coast. Why? Why? Like, darts aren't even that good. I mean, they're good, but they're not overpowered. I felt like they were pretty fairly balanced. Yeah, that's a nice tack shotgun buff. Damage reduction, max bounces. These just kind of suck now. Coast Doubts had one niche. It was piercing, but now they're bad at it. Ichor Doubts are okay. Crystal Doubts suck now. There's not much else at this stage in the game. The Doubts are overrepresented, but that doesn't make them overpowered. They buffed these. Dark guns are annoying to get. Yeah, they're... What else do we do? This is rebalancing, right? Shop and pray. Sold regardless of happiness. King Slime with Deer Clops counts for Sapinator, whatever. Cheaper. Reduce the pet cost, but dynamically different ones at different prices. Oh, moving this early actually makes the Echo Coated Seed not that bad. What? Are you serious? Are you serious? You can't be serious. They increased the crafting recipe cost of the Endless Quiver to 9999. It was an item that was already basically useless because you could buy 9999 ammo and there was no reason to have unlimited ammo because 10,000 is basically unlimited. But now they made it so you have to spend 10,000 to get unlimited instead of 4,000. It was a bad item to begin with. You can cook an owl now. Interesting. Furnace can craft. You make stone furnaces. Pick when you oughta don't drop bacon. Reduced compass drop chance. I guess they don't want the cell phone to be. I mean, you get a lot of them anyway. It's not that bad. More rallies. I was okay. Yeah, let's also drop chance down. I don't like that change. Potions of return can drop from pots in the cat. That's very strong. Okay. More golem heads. Yeah, 3 prismatic die at once. Okay. Slime staff is a 1 in 30 chance of being dropped by king slime. Okay. Wait, I made that joke. Am I relogic? Because that's literally what I called the heavy assembler in my skyblock video because I couldn't remember the name of the heavy workbench. That I couldn't remember the heavy assembler. I just remembered it was no longer called the heavy workbench. So that's what I called it. I didn't read this. I didn't know that they made that joke. Fuck. Lizard furnace is sold. Craft lizard workbench. Increased pearl drop rates. Oh, that's a pretty meaningless one, but I guess the lucky ones are nice. Dungeon bricks from crates. Biome fishing crates have a chance to contain paintings. Deer thing replaces suspicious looking eye in ice chests. Huh. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Kite gives movement speed, mining speed, place speed, and luck. Automatically deployed when AFKing for more than 3 minutes. Invisibility. Okay, that's not bad. Reduces the time to answer a call of nature by 75%. It makes you shit more? Okay. Unit on fire. Increases happiness by 10%. Hold on. I didn't mean to click that. Where were we? Let's do. Where's the full patch notes? Full change like here. Whatever, we'll go here. Buffs and consumables, right? Eggnog resets players' hunger in there. They fixed the sharpening station bug. Bottled water heals more. Who cares? Multi-grappling hooks and multiple hooks in flight. Block swap block. That's nice. Skeletron hand buff. Chance to draw extra wood. That's nice. Got large jungle plants. That's nice. Pretty big nerf. I guess for secret seeds, they can spawn an I am error. Playing Skyblock Terraria World and you're so confused why NPCs aren't spawning in. There's a bug in the game right now. Exit the game, update it, and the bug should be fixed. They fixed it in a hot fix like an hour ago. So just relaunch your game, and if you get the update, the bug should be fixed. Bigger area effect. Venom dart traps cover Mythful Ant. What? What? Why? Okay. 5 blazing torches. Snowballs from a wired snowball cannon deal damage. Okay. Oh, using all 3 lava fishing gives you a bigger bonus. Any chair, not just toilets. That's nice. Tombstone's broken. I noticed that. 3 times as fast. Villagers. 14 to 20 for town pets and... Okay. Cyborg's tankier. Reduce spawn chance. Drop items in hard mode. More rainbow slimes, rock golems. Higher chance to spawn sharks if there's chum in the water. That's not bad. Sandy britches. Okay. I'll write that down for later. They know if jungle bait farms, yeah. You can use pylons during boss fights and invasions. Okay, that's, what? That's a pretty fucking huge change. I... Oh, hang on. Does... Okay, no, autopause doesn't get enabled when you have the map open. Wow, that's, very, very good. Okay, they fixed the off-screen Skeletron hand thing. And they fixed the, accidentally naming Skeleton instead of Skeletron. They nerfed pirates. Deadman Sweater reduces defense and reduces trap damage. Yeah, bosses is, Huh. And Shimmerloop Gladiator Armor. That makes it a lot better to get. Some laser rifle. Burning block immunity is nice. I don't like this. I don't like this change. I don't. That's... It just forces you to mine ores. It was nice not having to do that. It's not like this is an effective speedrun strategy. Honestly, it's not even a good strategy, right? Because you need the anvil to make wings anyway, which you're probably going to get. This just makes it so that you have to wait longer to get spider stuff. So, it kind of sucks. Yeah, that's fine. Magic Quiver buffed again, so Magic Quiver doesn't suck as much now. Counterweights are better. It was nice to have spiders ASAP. Scroll sack. Paladin Shield. No longer trails. Oh, no insta-kill effects. That's sad. Self-damage cannot be dodged. Doesn't generate immunity frames. Points every 0.67 seconds. No longer trigger when taking damage. No! Oh, that was such a fun strategy. You can't do the lava bridge for the Wall of Flesh anymore, where you give yourself molten armor and then have a honeycomb and you generate a bunch of bees from taking damage on lava. That's sad. Discount card applies to Nurse, whatever. Functions in vanity slots is actually a pretty big change. Mounts can fully negate fall damage. Immunity to burning blocks. Lava vision? They buffed the lava shark? They buffed the lava shark. Okay. Dude, it was ridiculous to begin with. Summon prefixes. I don't know why. I don't know why they did this. Knockback. Remove the blade staff because they nerfed whip stacking. Or removed it. They reworked Deadly Sphere mechanics, I guess. 10. Yeah, 10 was a lot. Different whips no longer stack. Spinal Tap buff. Morningstar nerf. What? Man. I guess this is to compensate for the innate bonuses to reforges. That's my guess for why these are nerfed. 165 to 160 is comically small. Why even nerf it at that point? Thunder Zapper, useless. Okay, that's a good buff. Space Gun buff is nice. That's cool. I don't know if that's a buff. I don't know. Sky Fracture projectile speed buff is nice. A lot of early hard mode buffs. Okay, they realized that the Flower of Fire doesn't didn't work the same as the Flower of Frost, so they fixed it. Okay, I like a lot of these changes. I like a lot of these early hard mode changes. I think that the main problem that Mage had in early hard mode was that its weapons were kind of underwhelming and they had very low projectile speeds. Increasing the projectile speeds is something that I like. I think that will make the magic weapons in early hard mode a lot more comfortable to use. They don't address pre-hard mode. But that's okay. Can be auto reused. What does that mean? I'll have to check that. Launches a bone projectile, bat, Gladius. Cloverfish, Storm Spear. Mandible Blade is ridiculous. They buffed the Cloverfish. I mean, Confused is pretty whatever. Increases the weapon's damage over time. Okay. Beekeeper chance increase. Starts to spawn when the cursor is on or above the player in other direction randomized. Looks pretty meaningless. Synergy increased by 100%. I don't know what that means. They buffed the volcano? They buffed the volcano? The volcano was like really fucking good before. Like really good. Like really good. And they made it better? Look at the El Tosso. I saw, yeah. Velocity D. What? Chat, am I missing something? Did they nerf yo-yos? Surely they didn't nerf the worst melee weapons in the game. Right? Right? They wouldn't have taken the melee weapons that are comically terrible and just worse than like every other melee option you have and made them worse. Right? Oh, the gradient lasts for 3 times as long. Make it deal more damage, man. Make it deal more damage. Give it something. Classy Cane buff. Drops money on hit. Anchor. Swordfish spawns projectiles. That's whatever. Beam sword penetration, whatever. Shadow Flame knife buff. Dude, yeah, the melee bias is real. The melee bias is real. Oh, I'm glad we got the Chlorophyte Claymore getting reflected by Shimmer. That's real important. Paladin's Hammer. Goes out much further. Gets an explosion upon hitting a solid block. Reduces, applies broken armor. And they nerfed darts. They nerfed darts. Yo, chat. Let me know. Let me know if you see a little bit of a pattern. Pattern here. Melee weapons. Everything gets ridiculously strong except yo-yos. They suck. Ranged. Very minor buffs. Pretty significant nerfs. Mage. Pretty minor buffs. Summoner. Ups and downs make spider... Like what is... What's... They buffed the Shadow Flame Knife? Renamed to Flare Rune? Bubbles bounce once? Apply on hit effect. They buffed the Flare on. Did not need a buff. Inflicts hemorrhage, dealing 100 DPS. I mean, these are kind of cool, but why? Why is melee the only class that gets to be buffed to have cool stuff? Right? Why the fuck can we make a unique attack for the Paladin's Hammer where you throw it out and it explodes on the ground and reduces the armor of nearby enemies, and Mage gets to have the projectile velocity of the Sky Fracture increased by 25%? Okay, melee change. 100 DPS damage over time effect. Your weapons fire new projectiles. Your anchor explodes. The volcano just gets better, because why not? You get a stacking damage over time buff the more you attack something. Ale Tosser, whatever the fuck this is, I don't even want to read it. You get the obscenely powerful Mandible Blade. The Thunder Zapper has its mana cost reduced from 7 to 6. Right, like, I really feel like there's a huge discrepancy between melee and every other class. Why is melee the only class that gets this? Why does Ranger get here and get its decent, solid options, not even obscenely strong, just good options, pretty significantly nerfed, while melee gets its, like, extremely powerful pre-hard mode powerhouse, the volcano, buffed? Why? It was already really good before this update. It's just getting buff after buff. You guys saw the Mandible Blade. The Mandible Blade was insane. That was like... It was stronger than a musket. It was probably stronger than a boomstick. It was stronger than every other option I have, and I got it like a couple of minutes into the game as a random drop. And you can just keep that steam going. You can get a volcano... Like... Mandible Blade is better than the Demonite weapons, yeah. What? Are there any buffs to the other classes that are anywhere near as what melee is getting? Right? Whips get nerfed, mega nerfed. No whip stacking. Very unhappy about that. Like a lot of summoners are very unhappy about that. Blade Staff, tag damage penalty, it's a wash with no whip stacking. Basically everything here is a nerf. Every existing summoning weapon got nerfed, but they get new reforges. And then there are new weapons, but the existing weapons are worse. Mage, it gets projectile speed increases, and it gets a damage increase over distance with space gun and laser rifle. I don't know exactly how good that is. Doesn't really sound that great, because distance can be hard to utilize. Not really anything huge. Ranger. It gets some of its worst options buffed, but they're basically just damage buffs. Jack-o'-lantern launcher damage buff. Okay, if you don't change how it works, it's not really going to be super appealing. Candy corn rifle, if you don't change how it works. Maybe it bouncing into itself would work fine. Whatever. Um, chain gun buff, whatever. It's literally just a straight damage buff. Um, they buffed the candy corn rifle, but also reduced the lifetime. A single enemy can get hit multiple times, but like, did that really need? Did it really need to have its lifetime halved? The weapon sucked to begin with, right? And like, what's it competing with? Duke Fishron weapons? Empress of Light? It's never going to be a tsunami. Right? Is it really that bad if it just lasted 10 seconds still? Did it really need to have its duration halved? Right? God forbid the candy corn rifle has something going for it. This is just like a bug fix. Piranha gun inflicts hemorrhage, so I guess that's what the possessed hatchet has. That's something. Big nerf to darts. The big nerf to them. I guess the revolver got a kind of cool buff. Candy corn was bad to begin with. Exactly. They buffed it to make it better, but in the process gave it a pretty significant downside. I mean, it's not the only down. Like it probably is still better than it was before, but like it didn't need to have something against it at the same time. This is cool. This is cool. So far, the only rework that actually seems cool that any other class has gotten is a ranged weapon that is sold by the traveling merchant that you almost never see. So, yeah. This is meaningless. This is meaningless. Harpoon can be retracted by letting go of the attack button, so if you miss a shot, it's not as bad. Can penetrate upon... This is a nerf. Right, am I crazy or is this a nerf? Because you can't point blank with the harpoon. The strongest thing, I guess it's more of a rework. The strongest thing you could do with the harpoon pre-buff was get point blank with an enemy and then repeatedly have it hit, retract, and it would do damage very, 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 very fast. You can manually retract. You can't manually retract at that speed. Right, I don't think the manual retraction would work at that speed. You'd have to be clicking like 10 times a second. I mean, maybe if the piercing is very good, then it reworks it, but it's more of a full rework. It's not a buff, it's a full rework. Spiky Ball did not need a buff, but I guess we'll take W's where we can. That's whatever. And then we get here, Flareon has an alternate fire mode, Golem Fist explodes on blocks, Paladin's Hammer explodes and has an alternate fire thing, Shadow Flame Knife, straight damage buff. It was a great weapon to begin with, it's an even better weapon now. Obsidian Swordfish, projectile when it fires, Anchor, confuses enemies, explodes, pierces enemies, Classy Cane starts just a money farm, Gradient, and all the yo-yos, in the tank. Bad. If it's not one of the melee weapons that Relogic designed after 1.3, fuck it. It sucks. Bloody Machete, bleeding debuff. Why not? Why not just add more debuffs to everything? Volcano, a great weapon to begin with, even better now. Like, probably, honestly, like, one of the strongest weapons in pre-hard mode, and it's post-evil boss, and it got buffed for whatever reason. I don't know what this means. Star Fury, whatever. Beekeeper, whatever. Falcon Blade, stacking melee speed buff. Or actually, damage buff, not even melee speed. Why not? Ale Tosser, I still haven't even read this. I don't know what this does. I don't want to post this. Deals damage in it's an AoE melee weapon that uses ammo, because what the fuck? What the fuck? The one defining trait of melee weapons, that's out the window right now, because what the hell? It tipsies yourself. It doesn't consume ale on use. It has ammo reservation, because why not? Just throw everything in melee at this point. Huge damage buff. Stylish Scissors, Mandible Blade, ridiculously strong. I assume the Stylish Scissors are. The Mandible Blade's ridiculously strong. Storm Spear, I mean, that's a reasonable buff. Purple Clubberfish, whatever, that's nothing. Phase, it's a huge rework. We haven't used it yet, but I assume it's going to be really strong. Like, what is this? Mandible Blade is comically insane. Yeah. Multiple updates per frame. Okay. And then pylons during boss, like... Okay, it's easier to get higher tier ores. Yeah, the Bat buff is warranted. Rain is less of an effect during a boss fight. Ghosts don't pick up money. Ghosts only care about their initial target. I mean, this is whatever. Do I accidentally not throw the ale? Why does it have ammo conservation? Staff of Regrowth nerf. There was a lot of stuff in this update that just took whatever was the meta de facto strategy of 1.4.4 and just threw it in the tank. Staff of Regrowth is a lot worse now. It can't be used to harvest stuff out of bloom. Pumpkin pies suck. Pig Yadas suck. These are not necessarily terrible decisions. It's just kind of a meta mix-up. These are whatever. It's whatever. Venom Doubt Traps making a Mythful Anvil is incomprehensible. I guess they just did it because they made all the spider stuff Mythful, but like, what is that, man? This feels weird. This is all just very whatever. Not the bees. Passive mining boost applies to block slop. That's nice. Mimics can drop flare guns and extractinators. Katana and Keybrand are no longer swapped in progression? I guess because they reworked the Keybrand? Well, now the Katana just sucks. Keybrand isn't even listed here. Is it? Oh, no, it's there. Okay. I guess because it would overlap with the Phase Blade, but... Okay. Well, Katana gets the short end of the stick there. Depth-based quest fish are easier to catch. Gem blocks are no longer replaced. What else do we have? Crashes. I don't care. Respawning, which should pass through blocks of solid. Hardcore Ghosts contributing to enemy health scaling and expert plus. They fixed the information accessory thing with Hardcore Ghosts. That's unfortunate. Biome calculations are based on your position rather than camera position, so you can't use binoculars and stuff to manipulate it. Guess it's the natural state of melee to become ammo-less ranger weapons? I guess. Think they'll attempt to hardcore one of all special and secret seeds? I don't know. The echo coding one and some of the other ones really seem kind of miserable. Magic Conch fix. Breaking vines. Chest locks useful on dressers. Okay, they fixed the Paladin Shield insta-kill things. Ah, that's a pretty big nerf and get fixed, boy. You can no longer use autopause for gas traps. .4.6 will remove every class except melee. At this point, yeah. They fixed the gray rarity being immune to lava. They fixed this bug. I remember this bug. Yeah. If you gas, you supposed to stop it. You can put honey on yourself and you get a bazoar. That's it. Shield of Cthulhu works on Deerclops now? Oh, that's something. Inconsistencies between loot from bosses in Classic and loot from treasure bags. No, they patched this? Oh, that's so sad. That was such a fun bug. Ah, that's so sad. Uh, Before this, if a natural Eye of Cthulhu was going to spawn and you used a suspicious looking eye, you would get 2 eyes at once, but I guess they patched that. Fixed Edo not being considered a danger for certain mechanics such as the pylon network. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's okay, guys. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. The Eater of Worlds will now be considered a danger for the pylon network, despite the fact that the pylon network can be used regardless of boss fights. You could use pylons during boss fights. What did this fix? What did this do? They patched it and then removed the thing that it patched. Yes, they voted at different times, maybe. Is the platform crystal dupe glitch fixed? Probably. Okay, this is big. Deerclops was miserable in multiplayer because you would just get shadow hands spawned on top of you. So apparently now they avoid that, which is nice. They probably patched it then afterwards decided to do this, maybe. Lance is spawning in the wrong position. Sandy Bridges. Yeah, I saw Swagpian. Thank you. Pumpkin disappearing mid-fight. Now they randomly pick Portal. It's not consistently left. Motion Saucer increasing. Oh, okay. Saucer doesn't increase respawn time. Spawn exploit with larvas and bees. Okay. Worm type enemies get attached to other enemies. They fixed the destroyer head bug. Is that what I'm seeing there? There was a bug where you could change the destroyer's head to different NPCs. I think this is what that's talking about. Big mim. Oh man, that's a pretty big nerf. You can't easily farm biome mimics anymore. You need to actually. Well, I mean, there are setups that will negate them, but you can't just dunk them in lava. Golem with multiple heads and multiple. I've never seen that. This is nice. This is nice. This happened to us when we were playing hardcore the other day, before 1.4.5. Sandballs, spitting at dead players. For the Worthy and Journey. I didn't even know those existed now. Dryad would forget how to do math. Vulcan behavior in liquids. Villager stop pouty hats. Ethereum brick not blending into dirt. Teleporters not. That's sad. That's really sad. There was a really fun teleporter floating glitch that existed for years and years and years. You would place a teleporter, then put blocks underneath the teleporter, and then destroy the block underneath the teleporter, and whatever was on top of the teleporter would remain there floating. You could float statues, which would be a great way to spawn enemies and hoik them. The ghost teleporter glitch, yeah. It's a sad day. Sad day. It's helpful for building stuff and a lot of mechanical stuff. Mowed grass doesn't spread paint. It's very specific, okay. Christmas tree, garden gnomes. Boulder statues not breaking when the anchor blocks are swapped. Okay. Water sensors being triggered by shimmer. Also cool for a monolith duping trick in multiplayer. Oh, maybe that's why they patched it then. Any blocks slow down too much into reversed gravity. Bubbles are not actuatable by timers. Meteorite sinking, biomusic, pyramid pots, palm trees, Sakura and yellow willow. Boulders properly interact with shimmer. I don't know what that means. They bounce off them? You might guess. Rain stops fire blossom if it's on the surface. Okay. I guess and don't dig up maybe the false surface, but world gen issues. I'm not seeing a whole lot there. Yeah, this all looks whatever. Do we have anything small? Terraria no longer fails to launch when it fails to detect an available audio device. Yeah, we saw King Toby. Thank you. Fix several certain exploits. That doesn't tell me much. Huh. I'm gonna actually check these. Molten Skull Rice. These are meaningless. Sells all of the planter boxes without any bot. That's meaningless. That's whatever. Easier zoologist stuff, whatever. Cheaper stuff, whatever. This is all very whatever. Honestly, there really aren't that many balance changes aside from just melee getting a ton of stuff and summoner getting a ton of stuff. Man, that's... It's just... If they put half of the amount of effort that they put into melee, towards other classes, I think the game would be in a much more interesting place. Because it really does feel like they only ever focus their attention on melee. Thoughts on the patch notes? Rewind the stream. You think this is the last update? Oh, no chance. Mandible is kind of... Yeah, it's... very ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know how to interpret those patch notes, man. Like, there was some stuff in it that's really nice, but it feels like the stuff in it that was, you know, not that nice was... You know, if melee is overtuned, the other classes are just weak at this point. Yeah, like, why does... You don't need to keep nerfing Ranger. You don't. You don't. Like, I can promise you, whatever you think Ranger can do, I'm pretty sure Melee getting its Shadow Flame Knife and Volcano buffed, it can do better. Yeah, it's supposed to be the Summoner update, so why is Melee coming out on top? Vileplume buff? No, let's reduce the mana cost of the Thunder Zapper. Ranger was fine before the update. It was. It was not overpowered. Like, it had a couple things that were overpowered, and you know what happened to the thing that was overpowered? They buffed it. Probably the most overpowered ranged weapon was the Sand Gun, and they buffed it. So, like, clearly it's not a balance thing. We might actually die on our way to the surface. We don't have very good vertical. I should have gotten a grav potion or something. Yeah, I don't... Can we get out here? Yeah, we get out. New digging sound, new music too. I feel like Katifa would be better here, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it would, but my heart tells me it would. And that pains me to say. I gotta take him a bit lower. Dude, Finch, attack! Please! Stop coming back to me! You hit the Tailblade meta of 1.4.4, you're gonna see more along that front? Could be. But the update summoner gets weapons up to 18. Meanwhile, the bazillion melee weapons get buffed. Yeah, I don't know. The nerfing doubts and spiders just feels incomprehensible to me. It's like they're intentionally trying to buff the stuff that's not even good, just the stuff that's popular. Right? Like, when Ranger got the Stormbow nerfed, when Ranger got the Stormbow nerfed, perfectly justifiable. That weapon was overpowered. Onyx Blaster, probably a bit overtuned. Honestly, it was really strong for how it was. They brought it back in line a bit. But I don't think doubt weapons were, like, overpowered. Especially not cursed doubts, man. They only pierced a couple times. It wasn't like they had infinite piercing. Like, sure, I would have, like, a go-to, you know, use doubt weapons, but that's just because they're consistent. And spiders were not, like, they weren't that good early hard mode. They were nice. They were a consistent, easy-to-obtain option. They give Summoner a line, right? They give Summoner something. I assume they added some other early hard mode summon that would take its spot, but it's not like you would just get spiders and then immediately rush the mech bosses and skip Mithril. Like, you'd end up mining for Mithril anyways. It just makes it so you have to wait and use your pre-hard mode minions or, like, Abigail for longer. But why? This Finch sucks. This is awful. The Destroyer nerfed the doubts, but they weren't, like, overpowered on the Destroyer. They weren't. They were fine against the Destroyer, but they didn't have infinite piercing. Okay, you want to get the Destroyer? Look at the fucking Drippler Crippler on the Destroyer. The flail, a Dower of Pow on the Destroyer. Okay, how come melee gets the Worm Killer 9,000 and its older brother, the Worm Killer 10,000, and Ranger gets Curse Darts nerfed? Star Cannon got 0 touches. You know why I think that is? It's because the Star Cannon's not popular. That explains why the Sandgun didn't get nerfed. It actually technically got buffed. Despite the fact that it's way stronger than the other ones. Is because I don't think they nerfed the things that were good. I think they just nerfed the things that were popular. Which feels bad because then it just turns into, well, it's not like there was this thing that was good. And now, you know, it's been nerfed a little bit. Like when they nerfed the Onyx Blaster back in, what was it, 1.4? I'm talking about other classes, not Karlu. Like, the Onyx Blaster got a small nerf. It put its DPS back a little bit. But it was still good. It was still fine. But I feel like Darts have been nerfed, especially like Crystal Darts, to the point where, why even use them? Right? I could understand if you gave them one of the 2 nerfs. Like, okay, maybe they didn't like people coming into hard mode with blow darts, or the blowgun. I forget whichever one the Witch Doctor sells. So maybe they were like, okay, we'll make people need to craft mithril anvils so you can't just come into hard mode from the Witch Doctor and get a decent weapon. Okay. But then why also nerf their damage and piercing and ricochet? Yeah. But it's clearly not just whatever's popular, because whatever the melee thing is that's popular, that one's fine. Okay? Hell, the Volcano, one of the most popular melee weapons in the game, the one you always make for the Knight's Edge, that's already extremely strong, it gets a buff that makes it stronger. And sure, it's a bug fix, but you know what happened? You know what happened when they bug fixed the other weapons? Because there was actually a bug fix that they did in this update that would have significantly affected the DPS of other weapons. I don't know if you guys saw it, but here, there was an issue that would cause certain weapon projectiles to perform multiple times per frame, to have a lower hit cooldown, so they'd hit more frequently. And the Deadly Sphere Staff had its DPS changed to keep it consistent, right? The Volcano had an iframe issue, which is very similar. Not quite the same, but similar. That iframe issue was fixed, but it didn't have its damage changed to keep its DPS consistent. Now it just has better DPS. Right? It's not quite the same, because the Deadly Sphere Staff would have been worse, I think. But, like, it's the same sort of thing of your DPS would have been changed because of a bug, but because the damage of it, we were happy with where it was, and we don't want to buff or nerf it, we're going to adjust the damage of the weapon so that even though the bug is fixed, the damage of the weapon stays consistent. But the Volcano just gets to have its cake and eat it too, and get its bug fixed, and also just benefit from getting huge DPS bonus from that. Alright, I'm gonna summon Kativa for cleanup. Are the World Evil whips any good? I mean, I think this is okay. I find the noise less grating than regular whips, which I think is nice. I think it compares unfavorably to like the Snapthorn. You know, it's not a Snapthorn, but it seems to be doing fine. I mean, 5 tag damage is decent. It's got decent range, decent base damage, and no special effect. Oh, Cloud Slime. Volcano better than Knight's Edge? It unironically might be. It was very, very good before the update. It might genuinely just be better than the Knight's Edge now, which is a ridiculous thought. How do you get the Sank's pet? It dropped from a tree. I don't know why it dropped from a tree, but it did drop from a tree. Okay, well, we've been talking about it. I feel like I have to go test it. We're gonna, we're gonna go check out the volcano. I'm gonna use that against Skeletron. Because I need to see how much of a nerf or buff, or a buff this was. It wasn't a nerf. It certainly wasn't a nerf. My opinion on the update, good, bad, or mixed. I think it's a good update, but I think it has some kind of baffling decisions in it, balance-wise. I think reforging still sucks. I think they did a band-aid fix to it, which is better than no fix. And I think the summon reforges, from what I can tell, seem to be similar. I haven't really reforged anything because our goblin hasn't shown up yet, but how I feel about the dig toys. I feel like it encourages not playing the game, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a big fan of quality of life changes that just kind of stop the player from interacting with the game. Yeah, we haven't seen any Dead Cell stuff yet. We've seen a lot of Power World stuff, but no Dead Cell stuff. Yeah, I think the update is good, but I don't understand some of these balance changes. Dead Cell stuff is early hard mode? Okay. Alright. Grab a big twist. Dead Cell's weapon with shadow scales? Let me check it out. Drills didn't get fixed? I thought people said they got fixed. I might have just not seen it in the patch notes. I, didn't look at them incredibly closely. Right! Somebody said there was a meteor whip. We need a meteorite to fall, though. Should be one tonight. It's guaranteed after the first kill of the evil boss. That drill's only got an updated sound. Don't you like the pistol? Didn't they buff it? The revolver? They reworked the revolver, but, like, you never get the revolver. Like, I hate to break it to you. A revolver rework is cool, but, like, it's a weapon that you never see. So it doesn't really do anything. Hey, living like a zero. Speed buff on manual firing the pistol. Wasn't that just the revolver, though? They nerfed the Phoenix Blaster? I didn't see anything about the Phoenix Blaster in the patch notes. I'm pretty sure I would have seen that one. Revolver is such a niche weapon. Yeah, I think a large part of it is that it doesn't show up ever. You never see it. Ah, they fixed the jackhammer, too. Let's see, we need 60 Hellstone for a volcano. I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom. Actually, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we're back and ready to volcano. Yeah, I think... How do new power summons stack up against imps and bees and whatnot? It's hard to tell because, we've only really gotten one Power World summon, and I think it was being more carried by the prefix, than anything else. Did they remove the invalid platform hoik method? They did in the first update, but I believe they walked it back and reverted it. Haven't seen Foxbucks yet. We have Kativa. Kativa seems to be similar to the Flinks. That's my assessment of it. I think it's a huge shame that in the update that is supposed to be very big for Summoner, the melee weapons seem to be grossly outshining them. Wait, did they do another hotfix to remove it again? What did they change with melee? This weapon right here, the Mandible Blade, is ridiculous. This is one of the strongest pre-hardware weapons I have ever seen. For how easy it is to get, this thing is like Melee's version of a boomstick. Right, we are facing underworld enemies. It has infinite throws. It shoots extremely fast. It does very high damage. It has high crit chance. And it can also just do a melee attack, too. And the melee attack's very good. That's a whole ranger weapon at this point. Oh, don't worry. They took a ranger weapon and made it melee. And then also made it consume ammo when they made it melee. Yeah, the Ale Tosser is now a melee weapon. But they made it a melee weapon that consumes ammo. Yeah, we were saying this as I was looking through the patch notes. I don't know if you... I'll bring it up again just to make my point. This update has been, like, so incredibly melee favored. Where is my, Terraria window capture? That's a good question. Where did I put it? Here it is. Yeah, this update has been so hilariously melee focused. We have... So... what's going wrong with my... Something wrong with my mouse. My mouse bugged out there. Other classes have things like... summon weapons. Spiders now need a mithril anvil to craft. Small nerfs to late game whips. Whip stacking no longer exists. The Flink staff takes almost twice as much Flink's fur to craft. Why? I don't know. Magic weapons. The mana cost of the Thunder Zapper has been reduced from 7 to 6. The projectile speed of several hard mode melee weapons have been increased. There's some scaling thing with laser rifle and space gun. Ranged weapons. Some damage buffs to some random late game weapons that nobody's going to use anyways. Tactical shotgun buff. That's a meme. Darts. Mega nerfed. Crystal darts are awful. They have way fewer bounces and penetrations. They get damage reduction on penetrations. And they require a mithril and orichalcum anvil to craft. Ichor darts. Pretty significant damage nerf. Curse darts. Way worse piercing. Curse darts are basically useless now. The base dart pierces once, and the projectiles don't pierce at all. So, like, the one niche piercing, gone. Kind of cool revolver rework, but, like, it's a gun that no one sees anyways, and then some meaningless damage and stat buffs. Now we get to melee. Flare-On has an alternate fire mode that lets you swap between flail types. Also, the bubbles can bounce, and they apply on-hit flask effects. Okay. Golem Fist. Explodes when it hits enemies and inflicts confusion. Possessed Hatchet. Hemorrhage debuff. 100 damage per second. Pironigan has this too, but Possessed Hatchet is actually more common. Paladin's Hammer. You have a charge attack to throw it out much farther. It explodes on hitting solid blocks, damages nearby enemies. It applies broken armor damage buff. Shadow Flame Knife. Very good weapon to begin with. Damage buff. Beam Sword. Pierces. Bounces. Obsidian Swordfish. Projectile. Anchor. Explodes on blocks. Hits, pierces enemies. Inflicts confusion. Classy Cane. Way more damage. Drops money. Yo-Yos. The Yo-Yos all got kind of nerfed. Which is incomprehensible. Like, why would you nerf the damage of the Hellfire? It sucks to begin with. Why would you nerf it? Bloody Machete. Bleed debuff. Why not? The Volcano. One of the best weapons in pre-hard mode. Got a buff. Apparently it was bugged. And its iframes didn't work correctly. Now it's even better. I have no idea what this means. Beekeeper, better confusion chance, whatever. Falcon Blade, exotic scimitars, cutlass, buff. Up to 50% damage for attacking more. Ale Tosser, previous ranged weapon, now melee weapon, does AoE damage, big damage buff, better attack speed, better projectile speed, reduced knockback, can inflict confusion, inflicts tipsy, has a 70% chance to not consume ale on use. Why does it have ammo reservation? Are you not throwing your alcohol? Stylish Scissors. Can throw it. Exactly like the Mandible Blade. Mandible Blade, you can throw it. Better attack speed, a huge crit chance. Way better. Way better. Oh, Blue Moon Sun Fury is you throw both of them at the same time if you have both in your inventory. That's ridiculous. Phase Blade. Probably incredible. We haven't gotten to test it yet. Like, everything else gets either small nerfs, small buffs, or just like a bunch of random small stuff. And then melee just gets like a full paid vacation overseas. They go on opposite sides, though? Oh, okay, that's not quite as good. I mean, it's the sort of stuff that, like, it's cool. It's nice that they're there. But how come Ranger is getting Doubts buffed when Doubts aren't even that good to begin with? And Summoner is getting the Spider Staff nerfed by making you have to get a Mithril Anvil first, which is, like, so meaningless, because it's not like you're sequence breaking. It's not that good to begin with. It's just... like, it was kind of nice being able to get it a little bit early. And meanwhile, melee just gets this. Harpoon can now hit twice if it penetrates far enough. But Harpoon also lost its, big damage, up close. Because it no longer retracts on hit. Right? I haven't played with it, so I don't know how it compares, but it was really strong DPS, before the update. Genuinely, there just wasn't anything else available for summoners in, early hard mode. There's not anything else added to early hard mode for summoners, but I just moved ahead with no reason. I feel like the anvil pushback for Doubts is okay, so they fixed altars, but nerfing the Doubts is painful. Yeah, like one or the other. Why both? You've noticed some cool changes, but mostly to melee weapons? Yeah, because melee weapons are the only ones that Relogic gives cool stuff to. Like, how come melee weapons can get... oh, hey, by the way, guys. This weapon has this super cool charge attack, and it explodes on hit. And, sorry, the Mandible Blade. You throw it out. It's incredibly strong, super strong underground desert. Go to the underground desert, guys. The Storm Spear in the underground desert. Whoa, huge buff. It's got way more range. Check this shit out. Check how far this goes. Look at that. Look at that lightning bolt. That's huge. Does more damage too. Oh, the magic weapon. The magic weapon in the underground desert. Oh, we're going to reduce that thing's mana cost from 7 to 6. Oh, we've got meteorite. You know, God forbid Mage get a weapon buff in early game. The one place where Mage really struggles. I just give him all to melee. Mage still sucks. I mean, it got some projectile speed buffs in early hard mode, which is nice. But like they did all this early underground desert buffing, and the mage weapon just got reduced mana cost. Reduced mana cost is nothing? Yeah. And it's literally 1 mana. Mandible Blade becomes this. Thunder Zapper. 1 less mana. Gotta be fair to the Thunder Zapper, you don't think you see anyone use it? But that's not a good thing. You could buff the weapon so that people want to use it. It could have made the Thunder Zapper... I think Piercing would actually make the Thunder Zapper worse, maybe. I don't know if that would mess with its iframes. Early game Flinks and Snapthorn close. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. They also increased the crafting recipe of the Flinks staff to require 10 Flinks fur instead of 6 Flinks fur. Why? I genuinely have no idea. Make you farm it for longer? Like it doesn't really meaningfully change when you're able to get the Flink staff. It just makes it so you have to spend more time in the snow biome before you get the Flink staff. It was annoying to begin with? Yeah, yeah. It's like they picked the worst way to nerf the Flink staff. Make it deal less damage. You know, make it require fucking pink gel. Pull a Molotov cocktail on it. But no, just make it take like 80% more. Where's the new Lucky Clover? I haven't seen it, so I couldn't tell you. 0.03 luck? That's not very much. About 1%. A little over 1%. I don't know. And yeah, it's like I said. It's not that these changes are bad in a vacuum. Right? Like, I love seeing weapons that are undervalued get new stuff. Right? Mandible Blade being usable? That's awesome. I love the Mandible Blade. Yeah, Digtoids can go sideways. But why is it only ever melee that gets those? How come no other class ever gets it? Okay, so apparently this volcano should be dealing higher DPS because Obsidian Skull. There was previously an iframe bug that has now been fixed. Let's go find the meteorite. Mind that. Invalid platform hooks are nice. Are back? Nice. Range doesn't need its fun weapons getting gutted? Yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, it didn't feel like Relogic was nerfing the weapons that were overpowered. Right? I mean, if you want to look at overpowered ranged weapons, you've got the sand gun right there. You know, I don't want the sand gun to get nerfed. I think it's fun. But if you're looking at stuff that is just abjectly overpowered, the sand gun is right there. But no, they don't pick the ones that are actual balance issues. They just pick the popular ranged weapon and nerf it. The dart gun neutering is so incomprehensible to you? Yeah, because like they weren't... I feel like there are two possibilities. Maybe whatever data, because Relogic probably has some kind of data they're sampling from, in order to decide what weapons to buff and nerf. Right? I assume it's not just personal vibe based. Maybe it is just personal vibe based, man. I don't know. And maybe whatever playtest group they have really overuses the dart weapons. But like they're not that good. They're fine. They do the job. A fucking Phoenix Blaster does the job. You know, why would I ever spend my Souls of Night to get a dart weapon, a gamble on a 1 in 5 drop for 15 souls when I can spend 10 souls and get an Onyx Blaster? Oh, the dart weapons were fun. That's a good reason to get them. Until they just get shot in the foot. The crystal darts are OP for invasions? Okay. So there's an option that makes the pirate invasion, which you can trivialize by sitting on the other side of a wall, easier. So if I'm not mistaken, the volcano is hitting twice here, and before this patch it would not have hit twice. Am I understanding that buff rework correctly? You see they're taking damage on the same frame twice. I think it said before there was an iframe issue and they wouldn't get hit twice. So are we dealing 1.75x damage? Am I understanding this correctly? I don't have a Goblin Tinkerer, Small Joseph. I can't. They nerfed Crystal Darts to pierce 4 times, or bounce 4 times, and they also gave them a damage penalty per hit. I don't think the meteorite's on this side of the world. Any tips? You're suffering too much in Legendary. Just killed no hit, died to a bad with 56 gold. This is on Master Mode. This feels weird. They were on melee. On why the Eltossers melee is that it gets affected by tips. See, that makes sense. But I heard that when you said it like 2 minutes ago, Joseph. It can be struck by both the explosion and attacks from minions and sentries at the same time. Okay, so it wasn't a self-sustained volcano thing. It was that the volcano's iframes interfered with minions. We can reread that. Okay, I see. So it's mostly just when minion mixing. Okay, so the volcano's damage shouldn't be that much different. Nah, global iframes are local anyways. Like per player. The explosion iframe just interfered in general. Okay, so on its own, the volcano's damage shouldn't be that much different. It's mostly... Okay, that's not as bad. It is a tiny buff still. Dummy ghosts now despawn when you're too far away. Come on, man. They can't dig through any blocks tougher than obsidian, I believe, Small Joseph. So you take... You take something that is only used by, like wiring communities to make wiring stuff, and you patch that. Like the only use of target dummies being in the world when they're far away is to make dummy engines. That's why you've got target dummies, for dummy engines. At least from that framework. Removing that, like, it doesn't negatively affect anything, and it just makes it so that you can't use dummy engines at long distances. I hear the new player damage sounds. Are they new in, like, a hotfix, or just the 1.4.5 ones? Thoughts on the removed whip stacking? I think the reforges compensate. Like, I don't think Summoner is worse for not having whip stacking, but I do think that it makes Summoner a little less fun for a lot of players. You have no idea what enemies you're missing for the mob IDs? Did you get the seasonal ones? That's the only thing I would be thinking of that might be missing. Easy to overlook those ones. Check the out of the shadow skills. Yeah, I can. You're talking about the mushroom boy. We can check in a minute. The problem is there's a lot of stuff at this stage to check, so. Let's play Skyblock again. I don't know. I'm surprised meteor heads are still spawning. I would have thought we've cleared out enough by now. From 1 to 10, how's the update overall? 7? It's good. I like it a lot. There are other things that I don't like in the update. But they don't sour the update as a whole. I think it's overall quite positive. I think it's probably enough. Let's see, is it shadow skills? $300 mushrooms. We can get it. That doesn't look very good, but maybe it has an explosion suicide attack. Or maybe it hits very frequently or something. We can see. I'm gonna make... mushroom grass seeds. I have a dryad. I can move her in tonight. Won't be too long. Anything new with meteorite? Right, the phase blades. Meteorites fall on primed enemies hit by summons. Okay. Let's try these. We don't have enough gems. Is there an amber phase blade? Yeah, there's an amber phase blade. I'm gonna do a little bit of amber to make a phase blade. It's probably the best whip pre-hard mode. It's a good chance, yeah. Well, I do think one thing is for sure. The game is definitely a lot easier in this update. I have not found Chillet yet, no. Than it was in previous patches, I think. I think all of the things they have added or changed have made the game quite a bit easier. Not a bad thing. But these options are pretty damn strong. So, if I let it go, it gets thrown and sticks in the ground. And I can just do this. Seems quite good. Where's the mandible? It does do 10 extra damage. Okay, let's try the whip. We need 10 fallen stars. It's godly. Something's not right here. Anyone else? Anyone else see the problem here? Why does my summon weapon have a reforge that gives crit chance? Does it work? It doesn't have a listed crit chance, but maybe they coded it so that it actually gives crit chance? Whips can give summons crit. Meteors can crit. Okay, we can look and see what happens. Up to the crits are for the whip itself. We can check. We can check. Which is this 15? Man, I don't have enough for the meteor set. I think testing out these things are more important. Okay. Phase Blade and Star Crash. I guess we go fight Skeletron. Slap together an arena real quick. It's probably fine. Have I gotten this far with 2 defense? Oh man, that's plenty. 2 defense is plenty. It's actuated? They are actuated. Interesting. Did that not make a sound? Anyone else hear that? Oh, it's dungeons. It's one of the new generations that got added. I think there were 2 new dungeons. We've only seen one. This one. The old dungeon type can generate 2. It's just there's a chance for this one to spawn. Alright, Skeletron's hand AI got changed a little bit. Apparently. Is new dungeon random? This is random. Okay. Sure, I guess we pull out Kativa. I hate that they did this. Yo, Kativa, dog, you suck. I think I have a better idea. Foxbook has a gimmick that makes it stand out. It's the flamethrower, right? Each of the pals seems to have a gimmick. Kativa does mining. Digto, I guess, also does mining, but I'm gonna get skilled here. There were a lot of platforms that kind of blend in on those windowsills, and they're throwing me off. Like that right there. And Evil Blade sweep. Yeah, I can't tell how good this whip is. Maybe Skeletron's not quite the testing ground with fucking Kativa. Barely hit it at all. I should have gotten rid of these windowsills, I think. Oh, yeah, take chunk damage though. That's fine. I'm really getting thrown off by these extra platforms, man. It's the wrong one, Kativa. Okay, I gotta get rid of those extra platforms. I need a better minion. Yeah. There we get Mushroom Boy. Kativa out here. Let's get Mushroom Boy. Mandible Blade was doing pretty well. If I had a better arena and, like, actual mobility... Keep in mind, I only have a Cloud in the bottle and Homie's boots, so, like, it's not really the easiest to avoid him here. I think we would have been fine. Mushroom Minion performs about the same as Flinks? Really? Well, we can try him out. It's disappointing if true. I probably should have, oh man, my Mandible Blade would have been better if I had my Feral Claws equipped. Guys using roller skates yet? Yeah, they seem fine. With some summoner balance changes. I don't know, the only thing in the update that, like... I found to be kind of... I don't know if upsetting is the word, but more just, like... flabbergasting are the doubt changes. I don't understand that. And pumpkin pie. I can understand pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie was a very popular, very easy to obtain food item. They made pumpkin pie a minor food buff, and also increased how many pumpkins it takes. Increasing how many pumpkins it takes is really the knife in the back. Like, what the fuck is that? But I can understand nerfing the easiest source of food buff. Right? That one makes sense. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. But I can't understand the doubt nerf. That one doesn't make sense. I'll be honest, this doesn't seem that great. Is it infinite piercing? Maybe if it's infinite piercing, this would be okay. Let's see. Oh, never mind. This is very good. Single target? Not good. Crowd control? Unbelievable. This looks to be infinite piercing, high damage, on a whim. That also sticks in the ground. You can switch to other weapons while the phase blade is on the floor. Why does melee get these, man? What is piercing? Hitting multiple enemies at once. Why? Melee gets a sentry now? Yeah, why can't mage get weapons like this? You know who could really use a really strong infinite piercing weapon like this at this stage in the game? Mage. Okay, I need to buy the seeds. Hey, goblins. Nice, now we can actually get the ability to, like, dodge effectively. What? No, it's still further down. Making the phase blades mage weapons without any other changes might actually make more sense than a lot of what they did. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure these are gonna clean house, but it's loyal. Damage, knockback, amputation, summon tag down. Okay. That seems quite good. Let's try the Star Crash here. That is true. Mage did get the Thunder Zapper buff. So number one, it does not look like I'm dealing critical hits. Yeah. Godly does not seem to be doing anything. Number two, this Mushroom Boy kind of sucks, no? Is this Firecracker? Is it based on base damage? That might explain why it's so bad. Because Mushroom Boy has low base damage. Now let's compare Summoners new meteorite weapon toy to melees. See these goblins here? And just in case we needed to deal with something else, what we can do is just throw it in the ground. It's a basically impenetrable wall. That's basically a clinger staff, by the way. And then we can just use another weapon. That's literally a pre-hard mode clinger staff. Except it doesn't cost mana. Can make multiple phase blades? I think that's what people said. I think people said you could use multiple phase blades. The place sword does knockback? Oh yeah, lots of knockback. You know, I mean, goblins aren't like knockback immune or anything, but they... there doesn't seem to be any damage fall off for piercing multiple enemies. Base damage is super high. I mean, they made the weapon good. Whip stacking has been ported to a different class. Now you can phase saber stack. Would it be crazy to say that melee would be better than summoner for most of the game, even if they removed whip stacking without any balance change? I think melee, at least in pre-hard mode, has zero competition from any other class regarding what class is the best. I don't think anything else even comes close to what melee has available to them in this update. Like, from what I've seen, everything that melee has blows every other class out of the water. You don't think phase blades stack? Oh, maybe not then. Molten armor is so good you want to use it on non-melee? Nah, the armor's not that great because the defense is that much different, but... This meat? No. Am I missing something with Mushroom Boy? He seems very bad. I get that I'm not supporting him that much with whips right now. That's because, I mean... I guess I can swap to a whip that does better tag damage. I mean, I guess if I had multiple, he'd be okay, but like... I don't know, man. This feels like exactly his element. I guess we only have one summon slot. Someone gifted a bunch of subs earlier, some mate. Tag damage was removed? No. Whip stacking was removed. Tag damage wasn't removed. Mushroom Boy is underpowered right now? Yeah, I mean, we're comparing underpowered enemy to melee design in 2026. You can summon many of him. I get what you're saying. Free hard mode Clinger Staff. That's also a high damage infinite pierce. It's a mix between a Clinger Staff and a Paladin's Hammer. I can also summon Flinxes. You know, I'd like to. They also increased the summoning recipe for Flinxes to 10. Flinx Fur. Guy that dashes versus Sword, Boomerang, Clinger Staff hybrid. Yeah. I think she just has very bad axe power. Well, let's get the Goblin, I guess. No Hunter Potion, but if we chill around the Mushroom Biome, we should be good. Paladin's Hammer also got buffed. Oh yeah, I guess it's not really a Paladin's Hammer anymore because the Paladin's Hammer now explodes. On hitting blocks and got like a whole... A lot of the new weapons seem pretty underpowered. Are they melee weapons? I have a theory. I have a theory. How many of the new weapons are melee weapons? The flint is melee. It's good. I'm seeing a theme there. Okay. The launcher subclass will mysteriously disappear and get added to melee. Yeah, they already took the ale tosser. Yeah, Kativa seemed pretty meh. It just kind of seemed like a flinks. I don't know why I would use Kativa instead of a flinks. Maybe the doubt nerf was to make room for dead cells weapons. Kativa and the Mushroom Boy both seem pretty meh. Yeah, they haven't been super impressive. Now, we're not playing like a full-fledged summoner. You know, I'm sure that there is stuff that we could be using to make them better. But man, it's really hard for me to want to play summoner when I have this. You know? Shockwave on the flint ignores geometry. Auto clicker for Mandible, yeah. Yeah, there's a goblin. It's not nighttime, so this is gonna be slow. Let's just build a house for the goblin here. So Mushroom Boy doesn't have a gimmick, huh? Like, it doesn't seem like Mushroom Boy is doing anything to increase its damage. It's just a post-evil summoning weapon with 5 base damage. Man. He can also dash. I get that. 5 base damage. For the worthy removes it, get fixed boy doesn't. I don't... My Finch Staff has more base damage, and it's not like Mushroom Boy is attacking super, super often. Oh, wait, I forgot to actually make the house. You know, it's not like Blade Staff, where it's like a really high rate of fire. I mean, it's decent, but I'm pretty sure Kativa was hitting more often. Mushroom Boy could explode. Would he be good? That's what I was thinking would happen. No, this isn't your house. Like speaking, it's pre-boss and just sample/scales. Okay. You know what else is pre-boss because you just need sample/scales? A volcano. A molten fury. You know what else is technically pre-boss? The phase blade. The mandible blade. Mandible blade sweep. Yeah, we thought it was the summoner patch. We've all been baited. Meteorite bows? Chests near Underworld. 9 new whips and like 5 out of 5 you've seen so far fully skippable or straight up bad for progression. Meteorites post evil as 1.4.4. Meteorites can spawn in chests near the underworld. This was my pedantic response to DJ being pedantic, so. At least, I didn't see in the patch notes that they couldn't anymore. I mean, maybe they patched that, but not to my knowledge. So yeah, I really don't feel like maybe, you know what? Maybe we haven't been giving it its proper due. What is it? Yeah. Maybe let's try making obsidian armor and going in on a summoner build. We can see if Mushroom Boy, like, genuinely is just atrocious. And we can try some other summoner stuff. And then compare how that would feel to other classes. I mean, this should be a really good reforge for Mushroom Staff, right? Base damage, armor penetration, tag damage. That's huge. I don't even know what all the reforges do, but, like, that one's got to be good for this. Keep rolling until Fable? Dude, I'm broke as shit. I got 1 gold. 3 tag damage on those is 60% damage buff? Yeah. So maybe we're just underrating it because, you know, we're not committing to summoner and it's a weapon that really needs us to commit. Lightsbane and Blood Butcher are underpowered. With how strong Melee's other options are now, yeah, honestly, they are. Foxbucks just exist? Yeah, we haven't seen Foxbucks yet. Yeah. I get that Melee doesn't need me to commit, but, you know, I want to give the weapon its proper due. Right, so we will give it a fair shot. Maybe there's, you know, something to see here. It looks bad, but I mean, most minions would look bad with our current setup, so. Silk, that's right. Is it 30? I know how to get Foxbucks. It's the same way you get Kativa, right? We have Kativa. Put on armor. Damn, we only get 1 minion slot from this? Jeez. Man, pre-hard mode summoner really does suck. Could switch to bee armor. I haven't killed Queen Bee. Be a little difficult. Okay, but you know what? Let's try it. We'll go fight Skeletron like this. Piggy neck, this would help you. Yeah, I'm sure it would, but I don't have it. Got a goldfish? That's not a goldfish. Make some monster lasagna. Make a bed. Obsidian armor used to be the meta because of how it let you whip stack. Just use Stardust armor, yeah. You guys think we kill Skeletron by the end of the night? If Summoner was any good, we would. Yeah, you know what I want on my post-evil minions? A very difficult time hitting Skeletron. Maybe it'll be better on his skull. The damage isn't terrible. It's really not great. I feel like this is about comparable to Flinx's, but... I mean, it's... okay. I wasn't really paying that much attention there. Honestly, my damage noise is really throwing me off. I'm not even, like, realizing I'm getting hit. It sounds very similar to my whip. What is that dungeon? New dungeon generation. Can happen at random. Okay, I mean, this is... okay. You know, if I had more Mushroom Boys, maybe they'd be a bit better. Okay. I don't think fighting in this dungeon is a great idea, by the way. Why does the whip sound like that? This whip has this special sound. I mean, if we killed Queen Bee, and we had 2 or 3 more of these guys, summoning potion, bee armor. No, this would still be pretty bad. I think. Let's just for comparison. Who up Mandan they deeble. I mean, I don't have a DPS meter, but doesn't really feel that much worse. In fact, it might even feel better. Anyone timing how long this took compared to the whip version? Post Evil's like Imps and Hornets. This does not feel relative to Imps and Hornets at all. Yeah. Mushroom Boy is better when used when the Snapthorn. Okay. I get what you're saying. On the other hand, dude, they added like, what, 9 new whips? If the whips they added aren't good with the minions they added, then what the fuck was the point? Yeah, everything is good with the Snapthorn. Like, why? My summon that I get from the evil boss and my whip from the evil biome don't work well together? Is that the implication of what you're saying? Like, they should be working together fine. I mean, how much of a difference is the Snapthorn gonna make? Skeletron's not getting poisoned. What, it's 1 damage? What is Snapthorn 6? All the pre-hard mode whips are just worse than Snapthorn? Yeah, Summoner gets to experience what every other class has experienced for ages. Crossover content is weird to balance. I feel like they've done a fine job in the past. Okay, is there anything we want from the dungeon? Oh, the witching table, certainly. Snapthorn is so short, we stand our short kings. I don't know, I don't get why I would use summoning weapons when this exists. Or, dude, the disappointment of using the Mushroom Boy with a whip that should support it pretty well. And sure, I don't have, like, tons of minions thoughts, but whatever. And then just switching to a Mandible Blade. And the Mandible Blade seeming to do better off-classing with a pre-boss weapon than using a whip. With a reforge that specifically boosts tag damage. That feels awful. It really does. I don't get why I would play pure summoner anymore. Ram Rune. Jump while holding down to slam downward. Ground pound. That's pretty cool. I don't know if it's any good, but probably has dodging utilities. It's kind of like a slimy saddle. That's the Ram Rune. Yeah, it's kind of slimy saddle-like. Slimy saddle's pretty nice as a supplement for dodging. Star Crash is 1.33x minion damage. Okay, that explains why it's so bad with Mushroom Boy. Yeah, it'd be good for a elevator. Could be useful for the twins. Okay, this should be a situation where the Mushroom Boys shine, right? This is the Mushroom Boys element. Those are in regular seats? Seriously? Okay. Mushroom Boy dungeon, this is the situation where it should be performing, like, as best as it could, so... I mean, that's not bad. Get iframes off of Ram Rune? Starcrash, one of the best whips we got. Yeah, it's probably just because we're using it with, like, probably the worst minion to synergize with it. Because Mushroom Boy just has terrible base damage. I mean, this seems okay. It doesn't really feel anywhere near like a Molten Fury with Unholy Arrows. Or my Phase Blade. But it's okay. Hang on, what the fuck am I talking about? I could have Vampire Frogs right now. I could have had Vampire Frogs from pre-boss. Why the fuck would I ever use this minion when Vampire Frogs exist? Vampire Frogs have like twice the base damage. More than twice the base damage. The base damage of this weapon is 5. Why would I ever use this minion? What is that? Water Bolt Mimic? Okay. Imp and Hornet were already underpowered. Yeah, they weren't great. They really weren't. Did I get a new Goblin Invasion? I did, yeah, I just didn't. What is that? What is going on up here? What is that? Librarian skeleton? We've got new stuff. Is this a Dead Cells reference? I'm not sure. I don't remember that enemy from Dead Cells, but I don't know why else they'd be here. Okay. That's not a handgun. There were 6 new bestiary entries, 2 dungeon, 2 ocean, 2 graveyard. Alright, well the 2 dungeon are definitely the Waterbolt Mimic and the Librarian Caster. I think one of the graveyards is the Moss Zombie, not sure what the other one is. And I don't think I've seen any new ocean enemies. That's interesting. Orca? Didn't Terraria already have orcas and they got removed because they were like old gen console? They added orca from old gen console. Okay. Well, that was kind of silly. That is pathetic performance. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like they balanced the Mushroom Boy using the Space Gun as a template for how strong a post-evil boss weapon should be. That's what this feels like. Dude, can you guys chill for a sec? And then also buffed the phase blades. Yeah, like this whole time. You know what we could be doing? You know what we could be doing? Have a pre-hard mode Klinger staff that enemies cannot walk past and deals high damage to. Is there an iframe issue there? What is that? Yeah, fuck it. We're just going rat mode. Yeah, real rat hours. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, like this right here. This is good. This is the exact situation where this enemy should work. It's still much worse than the Vampire Frog, who is available much before it in progression. Also, the only boss this would be good on is the boss that you have to kill to get it. The other rats we found so far? We haven't found Chillet. We found the rat. That's about it. In other worlds, I found the huge dragon egg, but not this one. Sometimes you don't get blood moons? Yeah, but... And what was that? What was that? Like, am I blind, or was I sitting there whipping the enemy, and then the mushroom boys were just going back and forth above it, not even attacking it? You're doing all this, and you still have to deal with bad summon AI. Well, good news. They didn't nerf the handgun, so game's still playable. All this, by the way, again, I could literally just be using my Mandible Blade, and it would still be pretty solid here. And just to demonstrate what I was talking about. You see that? I can just do this, and I can switch to a different weapon while I'm doing this. It's literally just a clinger staff. It's a short clinger staff, but a short clinger staff's still a clinger staff. Buggy statue shimmer to grubbies? Rest in peace. Sentry should just... Yeah, the whips are the real star because they're close enough spiritually for relogic to consider them melee. I don't know, it kind of feels like the only, another ram rune. The only weapons they bothered, at least from what I've tried so far, the only weapon buffs or reworks that they bothered to make good. Is this because I picked up the ram rune? Is that why these guys are spawning? No. No, it's not. Because we had the ram rune before, and it was a while afterwards that they came. But yeah, it feels like the only weapons that they bothered to actually make, like, good are the melee ones. They added a ton of other stuff, or buffed or reworked stuff, but it's all kind of pale in comparison to what they did to the melee stuff. I might need that wood. I'll never need the rope. Like, here. This should be a situation where this minion performs unbelievably well. Like, this is exactly its niche. And it's fine. I guess my other two minions are over there for some reason, but maybe if I move further to the side. This isn't bad. I think this is about the ceiling for what we could... What? Again, minions, please? Summoner problems? Mushroom Boy feels like it should be high single target damage. Yeah, I thought it was explode. I can, of course, also just do this, which is about as effective. And much less effort. Okay, we can check the harpoon now. Yeah, this isn't very good. Well, I guess it can kind of do something like that. Actually, no, this isn't too bad. It's a very different weapon, but it's not too bad. They added melee minions worse than existing melee minions and didn't buff those existing melee minions. Oh yeah, didn't buff the existing minions that the melee weapons heavily outclassed, yeah. Yeah, like, what I'm doing here, this isn't bad. But a vampire frog would be way better. Like significantly better. Right? This is like the exact situation where this thing shines, so of course it's going to be pretty good. But you'll usually have done the goblin invasion by this point. And again, like vampire frog. Shit, man, what if we just used finches? What do you guys think? Like, sure, the finch AI isn't quite as good, but I'm pretty sure these finches are doing better damage. Right? When you're comparing yourself against the finch staff and it doesn't look that good for you, there's a problem. Kativa seems to do solid single target damage. Yeah, we could go back to trying some Kativa. Kativa is a... Oh. Wait. Am I... Oh, you can't make Kativa stronger by summoning multiple Kativas. You just can't summon multiple Kativas. Oh, minions don't use mana anymore. Yeah, so I can only have one Kativa. No, it's not like Abigail. Let's see how Kativa works against the eye. Let me check out this whip. Yeah, I guess that's kind of a flaw with Kativa. I take it back. Kativa is a lot worse than Flinks. Flinks does a very good job at keeping up with the eye. Kativa seems to be doing a very, very bad job at keeping up with the eye. Kativa is crowd clearing? No, I think Kativa does single hits. Deals with trash mobs fine, but I didn't think it really did piercing. I think we tried against the Eater and it didn't really do that well. Finches were way better against the Eater. Again, I think we're going to have the problem where, granted, I can have 3 finches. Actually, no, I don't know if finches are that great here. Let's check out that ram rune. Kind of tough to use. You can kind of spam the hell out of this. Finches can't catch up to the dashing eye. Neither can Kativa. I feel like Flinxes can, though. Does it do damage? It seems to. It's a good summon that you can stack with other options. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I really haven't seen anything that they've added to Summoner that has wowed me. There have been some cool looking reforges, but honestly, the reforges basically fill the same role that whip stacking did. Right? I don't think the damage that I'm getting here would be that much different than if I were just stacking 2 or 3 whips. So I don't think damage-wise we've really changed that much. And the new minions themselves, Mushroom Boy was very underwhelming. Kativa was okay. Summoner's gotten side grades and melee got buffed, yeah. My house looks depressed. He's just a little flaccid. He'll be okay. 25 armor penetration %. Yeah, let me I'm gonna grab this character and just pick up some money and see different reforges just to see what kind of stuff we're working with. I'll get rid of this money afterwards. I kind of just want to see what kind of stuff we have. Assume that's the point, not accounting for new summon quality. No fast fall? Oh, I do have Ram Rune. Can I cancel Ram Rune? I don't think I can cancel Ram Rune, so I think if I did fast fall, I would kind of be in trouble. Well, I want to look at all of them. So firstly, whips do not have new reforges, correct? Yeah, whip reforges seem to be exactly the same as before. They're melee reforges. Dude. Nah, give me deadly. Fuck legendary. Okay. So, Kativa. Damage, armor penetration. 25 armor penetration. That's not very good in pre-hard mode, but hard mode that could be quite nice. Of course, it's Terraria, so we've got to have bad reforges too. We still have Ruthless. Yeah, okay. 25%. Why would I ever want 25%? A broken Kativa. Okay. I can reforge by Kativa, yeah. That's your Blade Staff reforge? Yeah, that makes sense. Hold on. Kativa, go kill him. So, damage, tag damage. Damage, tag damage. This is, like, almost exactly the same as damage armor penetration in practice, right? Like, 3 tag damage versus 5 armor penetration. Plus a damage buff. Like, that's nothing. Fabled. Damage, knockback. Okay, so in practice, this is what? 5 plus 3, 8 damage. So your reforge gets you an 8 damage hit. Plus 11% damage. Which is, what, 1 extra damage on my Kativa? So this gets me plus 9 damage per hit. So Fabled gave me 9 damage per hit. You said there's one that gives 15 tag damage? That'd be way stronger. Yeah, 25 armor penetration is, you know, either 12 or 13. I forget how it rounds. That's way better than 9 per hit. Assuming the enemy has 25 defense, which doesn't happen in pre-hard mode. But, can Kativa get the 15 tag damage bonus? There's 5 tag damage. We're sure it's 15? That's basically deadly. It's different for different Oh, okay. Let me check Mushroom Boy then. Let's just get Fabled. Loyal is just weaker Fabled. Yeah, it's the deadly of Okay, so Mushroom Staff seems to get about the same bonus. It's 8 damage. Let me you know what, we'll yeah, I've seen fish marks. Let's grab a Stardust Dragon. Let's see what kind of reforges we get. Damaged. Broken. Okay. There's a new reforge. Okay, everything has been terrible, so... Okay. So you'd really want... I imagine you just want Ruthless with Stardust Dragon, surely. Because the tag damage and armor penetration seems consistent across minions. With the best Reforge, you get a flat plus 8 damage plus 15% damage. But I feel like with Stardust Dragon, a flat 8 damage is nothing, right? It's got to just be like, 22% damage or whatever. Never mind, it's better. Ruthless, because of rounding, is only 18% damage. Check out Ballistic. Wasn't Ballistic just the plus 5? Patient. I don't think we saw that one. Minus damage plus tax. It's bad. Check Ballistic? I'm not getting it, so it's kind of hard to check it. I appreciate getting new Reforges. However, I feel like these Reforges still have all of the problems that Reforges had before this update. It didn't really address or fix any of them. Plus 5 summon. Yeah, this is awful. Okay. So I think the Summoner Reforges significantly help new players. Players who are more experienced, I think it has no effect on. And players who are very experienced, it probably makes their minions a little bit worse. Like people that are when you hit an enemy with a whip, the minion deals increased damage to the enemy that you hit. Uh, 25 armor penetration. Was that eager? I think it was eager. You throw many boomerangs at once? No way. Yeah, so again, keeping with the theme, they took whip stacking from Summoner and gave it to Melee instead. Whip stacking gone. Boomerang stacking. Hell yeah. Hang on. Hang on. Can I think I could. Right? Like I could... Okay, now you can only throw one type of a boomerang at once, even if you have multiple. But still, why make a trimerang? Why ever make a trimerang when you can just throw the 3 pieces individually? Try scroll wheel. Melee gets whip stacking now. Okay. It's like Relogic got jealous that other classes had abilities. So it removed them from those classes and just gave them to Melee. Ruthless still better than Fabled? No. Fabled still had 15% damage. Ruthless was 18% damage. Fabled would definitely be better. I think. I think a flat 8 damage is probably better than 3% damage. You need what, 200? You'd always do that before, but the way you whip stack was manually swapping with hotkeys. How many boomerangs can you throw at once? I think unlimited. If you had like a minecart and you were going fast enough. Right, because with boomerangs you can throw them and then you can just move faster than they return. Right? And then you could just accumulate a big chunk of them like this. Be hard to do regularly because you can't really move that fast, but yeah, Melee gets whip stacking. Melee gets the Clinger Staff. Melee gets ranged weapons. Melee gets explosions from a distance. Right? If I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. Let me go to Builder's Workshop. Weapons. Paladin Tamer just does a giant AoE on hit from a distance. The range isn't that big. I will give it that one. Yeah, 60 seconds is how long. But, Anchor, too. I can check Anchor. Oh, sorry. Never mind, guys. If you tap the button, it literally flies off screen. This is just a rocket launcher. No? Like, am I wrong, or is this not just a rocket launcher? Sure, it doesn't explode on enemies, but it explodes on blocks. It's a sniper rifle. Have there been melee weapons that literally just fly off screen? I don't even have high melee speed. If I get high melee speed, look at this shit. Are you seeing this? This is a melee weapon? We'll call this melee now? It takes like 2 seconds to fly back. Okay. Why is it doing that? Is the projector faster? It's not as fast as high velocity bullet, but that's definitely better than a regular bullet. Why is the chain wiggling like that? Is that because of melee speed? It's something to do with melee speed. That is a huge explosion, by the way. That's gigantic. Hold on, let's find some enemies. How good is it against enemies? Let's find out. Maybe we don't do the pillar. Can you sack phase blades? I don't believe so. I mean, that's pretty good. Right? I mean, sure, it's only a slime. Maybe we summon pirates. For Fable to be eager, a summoned weapon needs to deal at least 27 damage. Ballistic missile melee. Yeah, granted, that is a very, like, mining speed heavy set. But this one does not have much mining speed. This is just hollowed armor. This one has no mining speed, and it still goes off screen. It's okay, guys. Guys, I want you to understand something. It would be very unbalanced if Ranger would have access to an easily obtained early hard mode weapon that would deal good AoE damage against groups from a distance and able to hit like around corners and stuff like that. So instead, we're just going to make the anchor do this. If I'm not mistaken, doing the anchor down here would hit above. Right? It looks like it does. Oh no, guys. Crystal darts could hit around corners. Can you believe it? Yeah, the anchor just straight up pierces. No damage fall off. Crystal darts have damage fall off. Anchor is fished up from mithril crates. Some mate. So it's the beginning of hard mode. Yeah, we can hit through blocks. It's okay, guys. Crystal darts would be really good for invasions. You know, crystal darts, you can just hide inside and then shoot outside. And then invasions... I can attack through blocks. Or at least through my door. Guys, crystal darts would be too strong. They're too good at invasions. They can hit in an AoE so effectively. It's okay, guys. Melee has its rail cannon now. Yeah, don't worry. We can just explode through blocks. You know, God forbid you have to keep line of sight on your enemy. The melee... Yeah, next thing just add the melee gun. They already have a melee weapon that consumes ammo. Yeah, this one also has AoE. Melee legit gets everything? Yeah, in this update, yeah. They gave Melee a portable Hadron Collider, yeah. You attack through walls by being close enough? I can attack through walls by just... No, but I can just blow up on the wall. Yeah, and this is a master mode pirate invasion. Like, this is not... These guys are not a pushover. This is a post-Plantera weapon. But, you know, there's only so many ways I can spawn a group of enemies. It's alright, guys. We heard that sometimes you would miss your melee attack, so we're just gonna give you a big AoE explosion whenever you miss your melee attack to make it so it actually just hits. Why does it have so much velocity? That's melee speed. Melee speed makes projectiles fly faster. Barrel? Dead cells? Hang on, guys. I think there's a ranged weapon down there. Okay. Place your bets. Is the ranged weapon going to be complete trash, or is it going to be good? Let's just pick it up with God mode. It doesn't use ammo, but that's consistent with dead cells. Actually, this is pretty cool. Nah, this is cool. I like this. I gotta test. Let's see. I'm not gonna concern myself with buff gear. Let's go to nighttime and spawn the destroyer. That's okay. Nerf incoming. Non-melee weapon detected. Yeah, this one's fine. This is fine. It doesn't seem incredible, but granted, we are using, like, no things to buff range damage, and we have no modifiers. Alright, back to the railgun. It's Volcano against Destroyer? I don't know. I don't think the Volcano actually was a direct buff. I think we had misunderstood what it was saying at first. Oh, we find killing all mechs with that? Yeah, that's not bad. That one's not bad. Let's become a melee weapon on next patch. Well, I'm glad there's at least one decent Dead Cells weapon. Mushroom Bow is pretty underwhelming. I'd rather mage weapon? No, I haven't seen the mage weapon. It's getting a little late though. We've been streaming for like 5 hours. I think I might call it there. I don't know. The updates in this patch really feel all over the place. The balance updates. It really does feel like there's an unreasonable amount of just melee favoritism in that melee weapons are just kind of getting like obscenely overpowered, and other weapons are getting their mana cost reduced from 7 to 6. The actual additions themselves, the seeds, super cool. New items and stuff, a lot of what I've seen have been cool. There's some kind of like inventory clutter stuff. The UI stuff is cool, and a lot of the sprites are cool. The stuff like that is, you know, more tangential. I'm not as interested. I don't care that much about those. But the balance changes really feel, I don't know, misguided. It feels like they're addressing problems that aren't there, or like targeting stuff for reasons that just aren't clear to me. Like I don't get why we're nerfing darts. They weren't overpowered. And they got pretty significant nerfs to the point that like the dart weapons are kind of just kind of bad. Right? And your average dart weapon, right? On average, to get a dart weapon, you have to spend what, 75 souls of night? 75 souls of night. It's a 1 in 5 drop, so you'd expect to kill 5 mimics on average to have very reasonable chances of getting one. That's 75 souls of night. That takes a long time to get. It takes 10 souls of night to get an Onyx Blaster. There are 13 new summoner weapons, but all the melee changes outshadow it. Yeah, melee gets weapons that can attack through blocks, explode, railguns that shoot off screen, the Mandible Blade, which was ridiculous. The Phase Blade, which is a pre-hard mode Clinger Staff. I don't get it. I don't. .4.4 was a love letter to melee. This is just melee kicking the other classes when they're down. Right? 1.4.4 was melee's glow up. That was when melee went from being really bad to holy shit, these weapons are kind of cracked. These are pretty fun. These are pretty good. And then this update is melee being on top and then just kicking the other classes. .4.6 is the pre-hard mode mage love letter. Holy shit, the Thunder Zapper could have its mana cost reduced to 5 instead of 6. I don't know. I might make a video, you know, expressing my thoughts more clearly. I might just sit on it a bit and think about it. There are new weapons, but of the weapons we saw, they really didn't feel particularly great. Whereas the melee reworks, man, that Mandible Blade, that's unbelievable. That weapon is the way that it is. But yeah, bye everyone.